Welcome everyone to the Crypto Kingdom. This is London. We're going to be going through some really great information today. I'd like to direct your attention to the screen if we could. It's an introduction, guys, it's an introduction for Dogecoin day traders. Welcome all of the traders. We are glad that you're here. Let's go ahead and go into the charts. Now, I'm a former, let's see what we have here. Professional grade technical analysis. Yes, I'm also a former financial analyst and former presidential advisor. The news today, we have big news today. We're glad you tuned in. The big news today is that President Trump, I was an advisor for President Trump. President Trump has declared that Bitcoin is a scam. So that's the big news. It hit Fox News yesterday. So we're going to be looking forward to having a phenomenal stream today. If you guys are just tuning in, this is where you find all of the information. This is where you find, guys, I am the most accurate, I'm going to tell you, of anyone that I've been able to decipher or look at. We're the most technically accurate here at this channel, period. We do not have much leeway, or we don't have, we don't have a lot of tolerance for things that are incorrect. My background from Duke University, I graduated in 3 years with multiple majors, multiple degrees, and a certification in markets. And I just, at 22 years old, I was a lead analyst, a lead investment analyst over $1 billion equity fund. I went to work for a tycoon. They put me in charge of a $1 billion equity fund, working across the table from Harvard, Harvard Foundation. My numbers had to be accurate. I had graduated in 3 years, and my numbers had to be, 100% accurate to do that $1 billion deal. We got it done, and it was phenomenal. It was a great learning experience for me. And just to let you know, that's the level of A game that I bring into the entirety of the mix every day here. People who are subscribers, you guys know that. Welcome back. People who are long-term, I'd say members now. We do have over 100 VIP members. And guys, those are the individuals who are receiving the pricing targets. They're receiving information relating to the market, not just crypto, also, some information relating to stocks, relating to potentially even options. We'll get into some different things as things progress. Right now, we're very focused on Dogecoin. Dogecoin has been, was not the topic of conversation on Fox News, was not the conversation piece that Trump decided to lay into. And I'll just state that there are some issues today that I want to go over, some issues today that I want the community to know in terms of Bitcoin, in terms of, the idea of a scam, etc. Putting it into context, if we could talk a little bit in terms of what was the kind of the foundation upon which Trump made his comments. And it's nice for me because finally with crypto we have Trump in the mix. I love that. Why do I like that? I like it because it's just been a taboo issue. You can't even mention, I haven't been able to even talk about, honestly, talk about Trump or talk about Biden. You guys know me, the ones that have been here. I've studied everything from intelligence to nuclear weapons. I've had, my ups and my downs. Trump was very cordial to me in terms of expressing an opportunity for me to even be tangentially affiliated with him at all. And, not in a formal employment capacity, report to the White House. No, sir. That's not what an advisory role is. I do have credentials that are on file with the proper individuals, etc. But I always tell people I'm not in any way formally related with any department, agency, bureau, nor military division, domestic or abroad. And I just that's what I stick with. But I do have a history with President Trump. I do have and he's still President Trump. A lot of people love to hate him. A lot of people love to hate Biden. I don't understand. Honestly, I'm one of these guys. You can sit me in a room with both of them. I'm not going to really understand why you guys are hating this guy and this guy. All these guys are just going to hate this guy. A lot of wasted energy in my book. So that's as I bring that, it's almost like being emotional about an investment. I'm going to tell you the honest goodness. And my background is just, guys. I'd like to show some of you at some point some of my returns. And I'll get into that with some of my members, etc. But I don't know anyone else who has paperwork and returns of say a minimum of say $500,000 of an investment level that have like a 300% plus return on investment annualized. I don't know many people like that. So that's the level of A game that I like to produce. That's kind of the standard of quality that I like to dig into. So when I look at price action, I'll say we can look at the politics of it. We can disagree with who's in the White House now. We can do all that. I'm going to tell you the truth is I'm looking for price action. And I'm also looking for some common sense in whichever market I'm operating in. So that's a big deal. What I want to talk about today briefly, in addition to President Trump, in terms of President Trump coming out and saying, Bitcoin seems like a scam, and he laments it's competing with the U.S. dollar. I'll tell you, it's interesting to hear what he says on the news, okay? It's interesting to hear what he says on the news. That's what I'm going to say. It's very interesting. I'm also going to say it's very interesting, guys, that I'm going to go ahead and bring this up, and I want to bring up Salvador. Okay, I want to bring up Salvador and Bitcoin just for a moment, to indulge everyone here. I want to bring up, now we had President Trump, correct? Copy that. We have President Trump talking about how Bitcoin is, okay, a scam. I want to bring up the context of when this is happening and what he's saying and why I think it's beautiful for both people in the White House right now, for law enforcement, for you guys to consider this and to learn something. I want you to pay attention. What just happened? Well, this guy right here, this cat, okay, this we'll call him a cat, whatever he's got going on, Mr. Nayib Bukele, okay, the Presidente de la República del Salvador. Now I have amigos from here to the Costa Ricas, all that stuff. I've been through about every single place, and I'm just going to tell you, no problem. No tengo problema, hombre, con ustedes, nada, para nada, okay? But I like that red carpet, huh? It looks kind of like VIP. It looks like our top shelf, right? Pretty fancy. Now, I also do know, I've done a little bit of research. What is that research? What is it about El Salvador? Because he just came out and said, this is the big thing I want you guys to dig into, all you VIPs, all you members, subscribers. Yeah, this Nayib Bukele just came out and said, well, everyone just go ahead and move on over to El Salvador. We don't even think you need to pay your taxes. Oh, okay, Bukele, cool. Well, how is it in El Salvador? I want to know, because you're on the forefront of Bitcoin. You are on the forefront of crypto. And hey, man, we all need to move down there right now, right? Because, but hold on. You said that, and then Trump comes out and says, maybe it's a scam. Maybe we had a problem. So I don't know. Let's dig just a little bit deeper, just a touch deeper. And I see. Well, hold on. What is this? Oh, it's a Congressional Research Service, a CRS. Hey, all right. Now we're talking about a Congressional Research Service. Wow, I remember I studied these. Wow. Oh, look at this one. It's called Gangs in Central America. Gangs in Central America? What do gangs have to do with Central America? Hold on. Whoa. This is a bigger deal now. Mr. Nayib Bukele, Mr. Presidente de la República de Salvador, with your red eyes glowing and everything else. I have a question now, because everyone's supposed to go use El Salvador as this incredible tax haven shelter in this refuge, this paradigm of hope for everyone, I guess, in terms of Bitcoin. We should all congratulate him, except I do remember, all my studies about transnational organized criminals. All the drug trade. All the MS-13. Yeah. So let's see what that is about in terms of that. Let me look and check in with the chats and make sure people are good in the chats, and let me run through this real quickly to make sure you guys are all doing well. But yeah, there's some issues to get through like that today, and I just want to get through them and kind of go through where we're at. Let me see in terms of let me go to the channel. Let me log into the chats with you guys. Make sure that we are doing well. You can't hear so good, Fiorentina. I'm sorry about that. If you guys can hear, let's just check the mic. Check the mic. Can you hear? Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see at that. You guys can check the mic. We have 41 people watching. I can speak up a little bit. I do want to talk about, though, Bitcoin. This is a big moment for all of you guys. As you look at your crypto investments, as you look at what we're affiliated with, I just want you guys to know, we just completely glossed over this issue. I appreciate the fact. I very much appreciate the fact that Trump got on, and it was on the tail end, it was on the heels of Nayib, of El Salvador, guys, saying, yes, everyone just moved down here. Really? Open invitation like that, huh? Open invitation. Okay, an open invitation. Very, very interesting. Okay, why is that? Because, guys, look in CRS. Okay, what is a CRS? It's a Congressional Research Service. Okay, it's funded by the U.S. government. It's got a big, big budget. They do, guys, they're going to do the research on gangs and types of individuals. They're going to do research on things like MS-13. Yeah, they're going to do research on a lot of things that affect, not just standardized, Washington, D.C., you need a cup of coffee. Well, just go down the street and take a right. No, this is kind of international, transnational organized crime elements. These are the types of issues that pop up when, we look at from an institutional standpoint or a framework. These are the types of issues that can come up, and they do come up. If we look up MS-13, I want to kind of talk about, this is some serious stuff, guys. This is right here, MS-13. That's part of a congressional research service, right? That's part of right there, Guatemala, El Salvador, right? Yeah, we're talking about like some transnational organized criminals, okay, that love and use that place as a safe haven. And now everyone's being invited to go down there, and we won't have to pay taxes. Well, that just sounds so awful. I got to tell you, it sounds so awful. It sounds like the cart is way before the horse. It's not the type of logical thinking that I want put into the framework of crypto. I think it causes some problems. So when Trump comes out, I'm just going to support the fact that if Biden would have said, I think it would have been great. If Trump said it, I think it is great. It's just something I think it needed to be said. Okay, I think we needed to hear that right now, was the fact that something to jog our memory, something to bring things into focus right when the El Salvador president de la República is a president of the Republic of MS-13 and transnational organized criminals. I just want to know, because I've studied intelligence. I was at the top of a class of a school of like 40,000 people, okay? I mean, I was top shelf in terms of transnational organized criminals, et cetera. I'm a former, advisor to President Trump, okay? So I'd like to know, Nayib, for me and my community members, my subscribers, is it the president of the Republic of El Salvador or the president of the Republic of MS-13? Okay, because the studies that go through, that we've looked at here, the studies with the Congressional Research Service, they talk about gangs in Central America. They seem to be talking a whole lot about MS-13. They seem to be talking about a whole bunch of narco trade, a whole bunch of, transnational organized criminals going through El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. That's what, as I'm gauging kind of the family, and I'm always looking at this stuff, guys. Always looking at the fact that we have like a community, right? We have a very good group here with our all of our subscribers, all of our members. We have a great VIP level. This kind of red carpet, I don't need. I'm just going to tell you. So the fact that Trump, and I will tell you guys, you want to talk about a VIP? I will tell you this, and I don't even think Biden or anyone in the current administration would doubt the fact this guy on the screen, he knows how to throw a party. I'm going to tell you that much. Aside from anything you may think of Trump, I'm going to tell you, he spent enough time in New York. He's held enough functions. This guy knows how to throw a real party, and it doesn't involve, Salvadorian or Guatemalan, whatever it is. The red carpet. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and say, I think this guy, Trump, has been on some nice red carpets, and if you disagree with him politically, good. If you agree with him politically, good. If you agree with Biden, good. My deal is, I honestly believe a lot of politics were invented so people could argue when they're really not fighting. Okay, when you talk about transnational organized crime and the affiliation with crypto, I want to bring it up for our community, the fact that this glowing red eye, all this different stuff, and there's a community. We also don't want to divorce ourselves from crypto because someone like him gets involved. All right, so that's another component of this. The Republic of the Savior, that's nice. I like they have some roots like that, but I am always going to be concerned about the fact that MS-13, it is the hub of, guys, El Salvador, Guatemala, this and that, and now it's a crypto, I'm not sure, I just have to say this, I'm not sure that this guy does much good, and I think it's good that we're able to talk about it. So in the context of Trump's comments saying that it seems like a scam, okay, we can talk about, some other issues. We can talk about some other issues that are going on in Bitcoin right now. If you guys would like to get into that, you guys know my financial background in terms of, financial analysts. We have many exchange employees. We have many. What would you say? Many, guys, what do you want to talk about? Investment bankers. We have many business owners, like, big time, top shelf members here, guys, top shelf members in the crypto kingdom. We're not shy on kind of executive level, I'm talking about formalized crypto exchange employees or, investment bankers, previous or current with JP Morgan, or, guys, no, we have like business owners. We have a good group here. So as we look at, kind of what we are affiliated with, I think it's a good time to go ahead and look at the markets. Go ahead and look at, one thing I'll say this, Trump did not mention what? He did not mention Dogecoin. So I have to say he didn't mention Dogecoin. That's nice. I do like that. That's a nice move. But on the tail end, to put this in perspective again, I just want people to understand what had just happened and I think it's great for Trump to bring this into the context, irrespective of his politics, irrespective of whether or not you agree with him, is that the El Salvadorian president, who's linked heavily with narco cartels, guys, transnational organized criminals, he had just stated that well, now El Salvador is a refuge for crypto. Well, I think I'm gonna go with this crew. I'm gonna go with a little bit of the fact that I like Trump standing up and saying, hey, why, is anyone here going to wake up what's going on? And it's in the context, guys. You guys know me here at the channel. I have been discussing, okay, I reviewed the tape yesterday, okay? I reviewed the exact tapes yesterday where I was live, okay, where I was live during the peak of Dogecoin. I reviewed the tape where I was live, okay, during this peak of Dogecoin. Okay, and I reviewed it, and I looked at how many people watched it. And I looked at this and that. And I was like, it's a very interesting business because people will want to be involved, or they'll, I'll see people just cruise in and cruise out. Maybe they have time, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't, maybe they don't like to make money, maybe they do. So I try and accommodate. I try and I try and facilitate people's profits. That's really one of my goals, is to facilitate people's profits. It's not always easy. Because, I reviewed yesterday, last night, I reviewed the height of this market where I was live during the height of this market, during Dogecoin. I've talked about the fact recently that Dogecoin has represented a 100x. Now, I don't think that I could honestly, some people just don't want to make money. Some people don't want to be involved in the market. As you look at, downside potential here for Dogecoin, there's a way to trade this up and there's a way to trade it down. I'm just going to tell you that. We make money on the way up. We make money on the way down. Okay, that's what I do. I love the markets, okay, not in spite of, but along with, kind of my fervor. I just tell you, I have a very long history. I come by it very honestly. When I was younger, I grew up, I was going to G.W. Bush, fundraisers and parties, etc. So I kind of grew up around politics, very honestly, guys. It's just kind of in my blood. It's just the truth, okay? So in terms of all the political situation, everything else, I can tell you what my real love in life is. What my real love in life is the market, okay? I really love the market. I really love price action. I love, since high school, I've been studying like advanced, finance books and just kind of, off the wall kind of stuff. You'd be like, why is this kid, studying in high school the New York Institute of Finance book? Well, I don't know. I just always loved I love New York. I love the street. I've always had pictures of investment bankers and this and that. I was like, I got to get into the market, even when I was real young. So looking at this space now, it's critically important for me to look and to kind of bring to you guys. I want to fill kind of a void in this space where it's not purely political. That's very important for me. Where we can get together and it's not just built around, let's say, the president or this and that. Where it's something, and I hear Mark right now in the chat. He's saying BTC threatens the dollar. May be the case. Okay. One thing I'll bring up when I talk about institutional levels of concern, when I talk about people like BlackRock. Right? Yeah, BlackRock. Do you guys know BlackRock? Yeah, BlackRock Investments. Yeah. When I talk about some of those, I talk about them quite frequently, okay? And you guys don't know maybe much about BlackRock. BlackRock is an institutional concern, right? They're kind of the big guys, right? They're trillions under management, okay? They have a number of funds. They have they're the guys, okay? You want to see their they're just Larry Fink, okay? I don't want to get in too much to things, but as you look at like institutional levels of concern, just remind yourself that there are some big boys, okay? And in terms of investments, and these guys, like there's Fink right there, Larry Fink and company, BlackRock, trillions under management, okay? Trillions and trillions and trillions under management, guys. They're doing a great job. They're a great company. And within the circle that you guys look at, and some of the strategies that I use and I employ, maybe they're not for everybody. They're just not, okay? Who might I have adopted some of them from? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some of the competitors for Fink. Maybe some. If anyone had beat Fink, maybe I would want to know what they had done. But maybe it's not for everybody. It's not all just to the moon. We have some solid investment strategies here. I never apologize. It's not investment advice at all. I'm not going to manage your accounts. I don't want to. But it is financially accurate information. I do see people who deploy our strategy doing very well. And that's exciting for me to see, because that's what I want to generate, is some positivity, even amongst a down market. Absolutely. I don't want to be around people who are fazed by a red day. I want to be around people who look at a red day as a buying opportunity. the further it goes down, it's just, incoming, it's going to hit our pricing targets, and we know how to trade it on the way up. We understand how to trade it on the way down. So that's kind of who I am. You guys know me. I wanted to, talk a little bit about Trump today because he's on the scene. I'm so glad I get to say his name because it's just taboo now to even discuss it. You get blacklisted. Hey, he's an individual. He's a celebrity before anything else. It's kind of odd now. People can't even really mention his name. It's like, oh, come on, man. The guy, he was a celebrity. He had celebrity shows. He's a businessman. I mean, we can't talk about a celebrity. It's like, oh, you can't say that. It's like, come on, guys. We can talk about President Biden. Is he doing a great job? I hope so. How's he doing today? I hope he's doing fantastically well. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I hope Biden is doing phenomenally well today. I really do. I have zero animus towards him whatsoever. In terms of Trump, how is he doing? I hope he's doing phenomenally well today. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart. Is there any difference? The way I would hope that one person would do as opposed to another person? Oh, no, I'm going to regard all my friends or the people I support as wanting to do well or be in a good condition. I don't think so. That is that is absolutely absurd. That whole notion of existence on that level, I don't even understand it. To tell you the truth, it doesn't even compute with me at all. That you would want people who you don't agree with to do poorly. No, or to suffer or to not be doing well. Like, no, go over to the other channels. Just go over to the other. That I don't see much positivity in that. That's not. And do I want them to succeed? Like, there's a point in competition when you get to that point and you can say, hey, now we're competitive. Now we're both doing well and we match up as good competition. So let's roll. Okay, I'm pretty good. I have to warn you. Let's roll. Let's go ahead and do this because I'm darn good. I think that you're doing pretty well too. Let's dig into this. I want to see who wins. That's fun. Right, that's good. That's kind of like the good old American way, or and I'll say hello to all of our people all over, our members all over. We have VIP members all over the world, but I don't wish poorly upon anybody. Just because they would disagree with me. Oh well, I mean, come on. It's almost a sign of weakness. I almost have to say it's a sign of weakness to sit there and believe you couldn't compete with someone who you have better ideals than, or you're convinced of the fact that your way is better. It's just it's negative energy. And one of the top traders that I hired this guy to essentially run my hedge fund. A private hedge fund, non-SEC. It wasn't an international, branch. It wasn't breaching the equator. Just a small deal. California is a great place for doing things like that. I could discuss with you guys in terms of setting something like that up. It's not complicated. You guys can do that easily. But in terms of that, the investor I worked with, he's one of the top guys from the street, and if not the top guy. And I was very fortunate to have learned a lot from him and kind of just hired him. He was a good guy. And one thing he told me, I thought it was very interesting. He says, people are kind of like, if you talk about like electrons versus protons, if you get down to the actual particulate physics of it, he says you'll notice, and he had this mind, okay? He has this mind. He was the number one guy at the bond desk on First Boston. He cleared the books, okay, in terms of returns on the bond desk. A phenomenally gifted trader, just amazing trader. Number one on the street, guys. Out of 60 months, he had 2 down months. Okay, out of 60 months, he had 2 down months. So I learned a lot from him. And I also learned that even guys like that need to ask someone a question. He would come up to me and he would ask me a question. He's like, well, what do you think about it? And I'm like, that's the positivity working right there. His example that I want to bring to you guys, I think it's a great example for those of you who are listening, is especially in the context of like politics, especially in the context, and I'll even say that, and I need to check myself in terms of El Salvador. I wish nothing but the best for El Salvador. Absolutely do. In spite of my commentary, et cetera, in spite of me putting this in context with Trump's comments, and the fact that I think there's strong comments for the notion that Bitcoin just got picked up by an MS-13 country. Okay, so known for that in the halls and walls of Congress. Okay, with like if you look at Congressional Research Service, known for MS-13 and transnational organized criminals. It's in spite of that, I wish nothing but the very best for you and your people, El Salvador. I do wish that sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Absolutely. Always. So I hope that things improve and that we don't keep seeing Congressional Research Service reports about gangs in Central America and MS-13 and them affecting our home life here or even there. I really care about the la gente hispana. It's very important to me. Okay, so let's just put that in context, and let me check myself on the notion that I'm bringing to you guys. The top trader that I did hire, okay, that I to run my hedge fund, private hedge fund, substantial minimum investments, et cetera. Don't worry about it. We can talk about it later if need be. But what he said, he's like, listen, he says, people and ideas are like, particulate physics, like nanophysics. And he had this mind, theory of relativity, everything. He was very into it. He was very sophisticated. We talked about technical analysis all the time. And we agreed on the authorities. We agreed on the principles of technical analysis. Best guy on the street. And it was just reconfirming to me. I'm like, well, I've been studying exactly what he's been studying for 15, 20 years. We got along phenomenally well. That's part of the reason the fund did well. The investment funds did well. Let's say the investment funds did well. So 300% ROI annualized. So that was we had that in common. What he talked about, I thought was very interesting. He talked about it in terms of like a bellicose nature, animosity that you guys may create. He talked to me, and I really agree with this. He says, it's like London, the situation is, if you look at an electron, okay, electron is negative. It has a negative charge. Ultimately, it can come into contact with different electrons or protons or this and that. Ultimately, it'll die. It'll go away. He says, if you look at a proton, okay, that's negative energy, right? If you look at a proton is something that's positively expressing itself, and it's looking for a positive charge wherever it goes, and it'll link up with other positive charges. And he says, and the thing about a proton is a proton never goes away. And so he talked about the energy that people would bring to the table. He talked about, what all would occur in terms of, from, the nano kind of electrical charges to the construction of, essentially like getting down to, the base level. We're talking about nano physics, right? I don't want to go through a science lesson here, but I like that example. I liked it a lot then. I still love it now. It's like, as you talk about, Trump talking about Bitcoin, he's allowed to have an opinion, of course. I mean, we're allowed to talk to him. He's a former celebrity. I mean, the guy's got, he's like, he's a big hitter. He was worldwide, right? I love talking about Trump. I love talking about, maybe Biden too. I haven't watched anything on Biden. I don't know what's going on. I've retraced myself, like a Fibonacci retracement. I have retraced into the crypto market. I just have, and it's been nice because we haven't had any politics. But then all of a sudden, Trump, he comes out slamming Bitcoin, saying that it's a scam. And me as a former presidential advisor, I say, well, now Trump's back in the mix. Okay, I just like it. It's kind of his entry into the market. Now, me, what have I been saying? Well, I don't know. In terms of a scam, I got to tell you guys, I got to tell you one thing about the market, okay, about the market. Yeah, let's talk about the market. You guys know these players in the market, in this Bitcoin market. Do you know what they've been doing? Well, let's talk about it. Now, do you guys remember, I want to talk about this real quickly. Do you remember recently when Bitcoin was in and around $62,000? Man, I got to tell you, there's some big companies that were sitting there selling Bitcoin to everybody. I mean, everybody that would bite on the hook. Okay, and I think technically, because I knew it was going down. I knew, based upon the indicators, guys, I knew that the price was going down. Okay, and I knew that I was telling people all over the place that the price is going down. All right, and so I'm kind of worried about the fact that, yeah, it seems like there are some people who just got their cash taken, like seriously got their cash taken. Now, I know one thing, in and around this time, I was live. I was literally telling everyone, preserve your backup reserve cash. Okay, this is in and around this height here. My statement to people was, preserve your lower levels of backup reserve cash. While people like Michael Saylor, okay, I'm going to bring him up. He's big in the community. While he was encouraging people to buy in this area, okay, the guy went to MIT. He's got an astronautics degree, okay, so that phenomenally intelligent, but not smart enough to call a market. Because look at the slope of this, huh? Look at what happened, okay? Look at what happened this year. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. I mean, even if you haven't studied the markets, look at that rollover, huh? I mean, that's, and I was drawing this out before it rolled over, okay? A lot of people have these great price predictions of $700,000 to $1 million, okay? Before this thing rolled over, I was drawing this out for people on the channel. Yeah, like this thing's going to roll over. Like I knew right then, and especially right then, that it's rolling over like that. So we had people, in terms of whether or not Trump is right, or we're gonna say he's right, I'm gonna say this. There are some people who were selling up in this area to people, saying, your entire country depends on you. And I quoting, patriots, quoting all different types of people, Michael Saylor, everything else, quoting like, fundamental founding fathers of the nation, saying your future will depend upon whether you buy up in this area. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on. You run a public corporation. Look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Look at the slope, the rise over run change. You don't have to be a market expert. Look at this. Boom. Okay? Rise over run. Boom. A little bit less of a rise over run. Boom. Oops. Yeah, we're stuck. We're stuck. Now we're really stuck. Even when we're really stuck right here, you still have all these big, crowd pushers, everything else, selling Bitcoin to people, saying it's going to be going up to $500,000. All right, guys, I mean, I'm sorry. When you talk about this, because I was unwavering on this issue, and it wasn't like, well, I kind of brought it up. I kind of brought it up, and I kind of stated it a little bit. No, guys, I brought it up the whole time, the entirety of the time. I literally consistently said probably, hey, guys, did I say it, not 100 times a day? I may say it 100 times a day, in different ways, but that's the value that I bring to the space. Okay, I'm mentally cognizant enough to understand when something's not going to be a good price. I don't want to buy high to sell low. I don't want to see people get hurt in the crypto market. So just as Trump came to the forefront and really struck in with some power in terms of this yesterday, really hammered this notion home that it seems like a scam. Why does it seem like a scam? I'm going to say I agree with him, okay? Aside from the fact, this is just listen to this, because does it mean I can't trade it? No, but it seems like a scam. Listen, look at this, the El Salvador guy, all right? The El Salvador Presidente, red carpet Presidente, with what? Yeah, I want to bring it up one more time. With he's going to accept Bitcoin. It's now their personal currency. Does that do us any good? No. Bring up a Congressional Research Service, CRS, okay, informing the legislative debate since 1914. Okay, since 1914, they've been doing reports. Look at the gangs in Central America. Look at the MS-13. Look at the problems that they've got. And they want to be the forefront, red, glowing-eyed, Presidente extraordinaire for Bitcoin in our community. I'm going to go ahead and go with the fact that I like President Trump's statement. It seems like a scam. Why? Because you have people like Michael Saylor, okay, and you have other people that are out in Dubai and whoever else that are selling this. It's not just a normal standardized kind of volatile instrument. No. They're going to sell it in the top here on behalf of a public corporation that's registered with the SEC, etc. And MicroStrategies, everything else, and they're going to forget the fact that, well, it looks like all logic on the planet imputes the fact that this is going down. Okay, when I'm drawing these pink lines, I'm showing you the nature, okay, of the change in slope as the pricing developed on Bitcoin. Bam. What's the next move? And I drew these in before it did this. Bam. Okay, I drew that in before it did this. Do I have some advanced degree of I'm certified in markets. I've been studying this stuff since high school. But while on the top there, while you're giving along this crest here, you are telling people, throughout the community, good people with families that are going to put 50 grand into or 60 grand into Bitcoin. You're going to tell them that their whole life is going to depend upon this next move that they make. Whoa. I mean, hold on. I mean, you these guys they run a public corporation. They report to the SEC. Whoa. Because I mean, I wouldn't work for that guy. I'm going to tell you that. I wouldn't feel good about working for that guy. Look at that. You guys see the logic straightforward enough here, right? Boom, 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 boom. All right, I've been drawing that out. Since the top here, I have been telling people to reserve cash. Not financial advice. It's just a stroke of genius that we can look at the slope here of Bitcoin. Okay, that we can talk about the fact, it's not just this round. This is the other problem. Guys. It's not just this round. And it's not that Bitcoin doesn't have huge value because of this. This is the other thing. It's not that it doesn't have huge, immense value because of this fact that I'm about to discuss. This makes it beautiful to trade. All right? In terms of trading, if you guys are into trading, this makes it gorgeous. I'm just going to tell you that. Just beautiful price action. Love it. So as we look at, what is this, 2018? Look at what it did. Oh, wow. And it retraced all the way to what? To about $3,500. Okay. So in 2018, it retraced all the way to $3,500. Okay. Well, then what did it do in 2019 and 2000 up through 2020? Well, it had another big run. Ooh, okay, great. Well, then what did it do? Well, it retraced to about $3,500. Oh, okay. So that's twice it's retraced to $3,500. Well, then it had a great year in 2021. It sure did, right? But both times, I'm going to say, and all the way back through it, guys, it's just been a retracement dream. I'm going to tell you because it's given that volatility. That's what me and my group we're excited about. It's given the volatility to us to work with. If you're in the industry, I harp down on Michael Saylor. Why? Because he's been around. He understands the market dynamics. He understands what's happened in 2018, 2020. It's like this thing likes to, it likes to take off and it likes to unwind. It likes to coil back up. There's nothing wrong with that unless you're sitting there at the top and unless you're selling it to people who are going to lose vast amounts of money. In that context, because of people like Michael Saylor, because of people like Eminem Crypto, because of people like Carl on the Moon, and other individuals who have YouTube stations, I'm going to tell you, I agree with President Trump that it seems like a scam. Why? Because they're making it seem like a scam. They're the ones that are selling on the top to people. You shouldn't be selling on the top to people. Why would you sell on the top to people? If you know the price is going to go down, why would you do that? Why would anyone do that to anybody? It's just, it's poor form. It's poor form for the entirety of the market. It makes it seem like a scam. Is there a valid use of Bitcoin? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is there a valid use for people who are holding bullion? Hey, absolutely. Huh? I like to wear gold. I enjoy gold. I think it's a good long-term store of value. Right? So it's not to get into the ideological situation of things, but when Trump says it seems like a scam, well, I got to say, the slope of this thing was just cruising down, right? Big time cruising down. I'm a former advisor to Trump, okay? Do I agree or disagree with what he said? I'm not involved in conversations with him right now. If I were, I wouldn't tell you. People want to say, well, what did you advise on? None of anyone's business. Absolutely not. And you'll know if someone's plugged in or not because typically they're not going to tell you anything. Okay, about that. The president's business is the president's business. That's it. That's his business. Okay, so looking at this, though, to put things in context, because we're involved in the crypto market, and it's a very exciting time for us here at the channel. I'm going to say that because I like the fact that President Trump has gotten involved in the discussion. I love the fact that during this peak, okay, that I was telling people, reserve your cash for lower levels. And guys, if you're interested in other altcoins, etc., whatever you're interested in, I have to bring up one thing, by the way, because I think this would be an interesting discussion for people to have. Like, what did our traders do today? Well, I think they made some money on Matic. Now, what is Matic? Well, Matic is a different kind of investment. It's a cryptocurrency coin. That's true. Yeah, we essentially had like a 3.5x on it. But Matic is one that, I believe the Indian government's actually using it to take control of like vaccination tracing. Oh, well, that doesn't seem like a scam. And that's interesting. The one that I really brought to my group, Matic, well, that's a nice one, huh? Yeah, that's a nice, that kind of hit the sweet spot of like a 3.5x. Like that's what we do here, right? We have, I provide, information, pricing targets, different things based upon the essentials of the market, based upon financial analytics. That's what I do. If you guys would like to join us, we have over 100 VIP members right now. Okay, and that's the level. We communicate, a lot. We have a lot of solid traders. You're not going to find a better group of traders right now. You're not. I don't know. If you do, I'd love to meet them, and we'd love to compete. How about that? If you do, we'd love to meet them, and we'd love to compete. Probably in that order. Okay, so that's about how we roll. We're very into Dogecoin. Why? Because guys, it's been a common kind of equalizer. It's kind of been it's been something to bring people together, and it's been a 100x. Okay, and I sat down with institutional people. This is just funny, guys. I sat down with investment bankers from JP Morgan. All right, I sat down with just some of my friends, etc. Right? I just sat down with them when it was like 0.007 or 7 cents or whatever it was. And since that time, you could have put like 10 grand into it. You could have made $1 million. So they're like, I do remember when you told me about that, for the record. And now they're kind of like, so what are you looking at now? Right? I'm like, well, if I had $1 for every time people did tell me that, then, everything, what's the joke? If I had $1 for every time someone asked me that, I'd be a rich man. But, the trick is, I would want to turn that dollar into $100 for you, right? I would change it a little bit, but that's what we do. So we do focus on Dogecoin. We're going through some changes here at the station, just trying to adapt to the market and stay in a positive dynamic for everyone, because the market is changing. There's a lot of things going on. As it goes down, we have a strategy to make money along the way down. We just do. We like the crypto space because it's on 24/7. And that's one thing I would say to, Trump. He says it seems like a scam. I got to say one thing, but it's open 24/7. Right? He's from where? He's kind of from New York, city that never sleeps, right? Yeah, I got to say, Trump and company love you much, right? I hope everything is great, and I appreciate all the warmth that over the years that you have provided to me individually on institutional or personal level, etc. Thank you so much for all of the opportunity. I really, really, really appreciate that. And to all the people that are working hard to make sure that the president is is well taken care of, etc. That's an ongoing effort, and it's a beautiful ongoing effort if you understand the system and know the details. So, and I know I maybe have studied and know some of them. So as we look at, the one thing I would say, Trump, I got one thing though, and I wouldn't necessarily point to Bitcoin. The community, I think, is staining Bitcoin significantly. That's where I fall back on the community of you guys, the community here in terms of the VIPs, et cetera. It's a beautiful community that we have. We meet in the mornings, guys. Literally, we have, we're not talking about like MS-13 and El Salvador and, these guys are, how did they fund their red carpet? Well, Congressional Research Service says, we may have some problems. Congress is like aware of some problems in El Salvador, right? So those are the issues I look at when Trump pops up into the equation and says, hey, we got some problems. I'm going to be like, yeah, we just saw a problem, and no one wanted to talk about it. No one wanted to talk about gangs in Central America. Congressional Research Services, is it MS-13, a.k.a. the 18th Street Gang, right? El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, one of the highest homicide rates in the world. And you're going to invite people to go down there with their crypto money to avoid taxes? No. I think I'm going to go with maybe a rebuttal, like an even-handed kind of, a political rebuttal in the system, so we can start thinking kind of logically about, kind of what's going on with this MS-13 kind of, it's just difficult. Those are the facts. Okay, those are just the facts. One of the highest homicide rates in the world. Okay, and that's what it looks like. Well, okay. I just when it starts to look like this, I don't want that to be necessarily affiliated with us, or with me. So I want to check myself. I don't want to check I don't want to check out and just go full crypto. Like, right? I want to make sure that I have that that sensibility about me. So as we look into, what we're doing, like we have a nice group, guys. Look at this. What's up, Mark? Mark's a VIP. Just love him. He's a great guy. He's turned into a great trader. We have Marco has booked about 10 positive trades. What's up, Marco? Love it. Just, book another positive trade. Book it. We have, this is amidst a down market. We have our Belgium connection right there. Marion, always on the charts. Technical analyst, just strong technical analyst. Doing great. We have Lars. Hey, Lars, on that 10K, still working hard. She's a great trader. She's up 60% some days when things are down. It's unbelievable. We have a new CEO. Nice to see you. Bernie, nice to see you, very much so. And it just goes on and on. We have people from down under. We have people who like boats and beaches and nice stuff. And it's just, we have the right group. We have, let's say, Bond from Australia, just a great guy. Just seems like family by now. We have, real strong, powerhouse Andrew. Phenomenal character. Just Texas guy. We have, military strong. Gonna say, Jason's lit. Learning, teaching soldiers. Trading strategy, like that makes me very happy to know that we're doing that. So if that conforms to kind of what you guys have in mind, it's not all Dogecoin. I'm going to tell you guys, is it all Dogecoin? I don't think so. What do you guys think? So what do you guys think? I'm sorry, excuse me. We have, I spent Saturday live. I went through probably 100. What do you guys think? Between the tethers and the actual USD coins, and some of this is just foreign, right? Some of this doesn't make sense at all. You can learn it in about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's not that complicated. But I would say to Trump, like, it seems like a scam. I concur. Why? Because of the fools that are in the industry pushing the market. You're not going to find those fools here. We're kind of foolhardy, right? And, in terms of the rebuttal, I look forward to Biden. Yeah, this is where things start to get good. I'd look forward to Biden coming out and saying, well, we actually see a good use case for it. I would love, crypto to be part of the discussion for any upcoming elections. I would love that. Mayor Suarez in Miami has started kind of the initiative, of creating kind of a crypto city. Kind of difficult. It's nice to see him stand up amidst the fact that Bitcoin has gone down like, 50%? It's retraced up to like 50, 60%, right? Yeah. So it's nice to see him still stand up and you got to act like a man, right? It reminds me of that scene in The Godfather. You got to act like a man. You got to stand up and act like a man. So, in the context of that, not me telling him that, but it just kind of reminds me of that dynamic. It's like, you've lost a lot of value in this, and you're still, pushing, you want to pay your employees, the value has decreased by 50%. Right, so does that still work in Suarez in Miami? As we look at kind of the political function and form of function of someone being kind of a steward to their citizens, to their businesses, does it still work at down 50%? Because I'll tell you, I was the one who was telling people at the top of the Bitcoin market, literally here daily, okay, literally here, and I don't market the channel. I let people find me, just so you know. I just let people find me. I'm not taking billboards out. I'm not doing unsolicited advertising. That's not the role. I really like the YouTube algorithm. I really like how it will bring in the right people at the right time. I also like the Twitter algorithm. People have criticisms of each one. I have been able to maintain good relationships with Twitter and YouTube, and I appreciate that very much, the opportunity to do that, and I will continue to do that on both sides of the aisle, quote unquote. I have been able to maintain good relationships, and I look forward to doing that as well. So it hasn't been, it hasn't always been a primrose path. I would say that, there's been peaks and valleys throughout everyone's life, but throughout this, I said this gulch here in Bitcoin, it's been very interesting to see the Bitcoin conference go forward, to see Mayor, and guys, there's a lot of institutional political, concern. I'll just say ongoing concern, efforts, etc., like on behalf of Mayor Suarez in Miami. You guys know he was part of the state task force. Okay, beforehand, I've wrapped my mind around throughout the years, different task forces, etc. I think it was on the Dan Crenshaw task force, just for the election, for purposes of the election. He's former U.S. Navy SEAL. I don't know. Just different opportunities like that. I want to get involved if I can. If I can see someone try to make a good difference. So I'll say about Suarez, I don't know where politically he falls, to tell you the truth. I'm not real interested in that. I'm interested in right now what he wants to do with Miami and crypto. And the fact he wants to pay people in Bitcoin. It's gone down 50%. And I'm interested in the fact that I have been telling people, and my group knows, as a matter of fact, that, we're prepared for this. The entirety of the time, Bitcoin from its height at around 60 to 64. No, it's not like, did you ever, I don't know, guys. It's just like, I'm not going to say I told you so at all. That's not the point. It's just in terms of rational investing, if you don't want to get washed out in a market, if you don't want to get liquidated, what do? You always make sure you have backup reserves. Always. We have kind of basic strategies like that we follow. It's just, it's kind of an amalgamation or an accumulation of my education, of a lot of the guys in the group. And it's just, we're not heavy into options, I'll tell you that, but we are heavy into kind of logic, and when it looks like this is just rolling over, guys, and I can do this again, but I've done this, and I was doing this. The slope is changing. Right? And while the Michael Saylors and the Eminent Cryptos and the Moonbat Boys or whatever they're doing literally are selling during this time frame, this is just absurd. I'm looking at them like, you just lost another how many millions of dollars for people? Yeah, that's not my MO. So yeah, it does seem like a scam, because during this top right here, while the slope is completely changing, while I'm live and I'm giving sessions to people, literally, like, on screen sessions to people so they can identify these patterns and look at their portfolios, because it's not intuitive. I'll say that. How are you supposed to know then? Well, I don't know. I did. I provided some sessions, some just general learning. I'm certified in markets from Duke University. Graduated with multiple degrees in 3 years, and went to work as a lead analyst over like $1 billion equity fund across the table from Harvard Foundation. So I knew early on, I was like 21, 22 years old, and I knew my numbers had to be correct. I knew that it was like, well, okay, I'm across the table from Harvard. We have to get this deal done. It's $1 billion deal. And I got everything I wanted. I was like 21 years old. I was like out of Duke early. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I definitely want to be the guy in charge of all the financial figures, the investment package for the $1 billion equity fund. Thank you, sir. Right? And so that was like a dream for me. That's what I wanted to do out of Duke University. So when I look at this market, it's no different to me. The Bitcoin market. When I look at it play out in terms of pricing, I still have that same, kind of the same level of diligence I'm going to put into it. The same level of, the need for accuracy. And that's what I enjoy bringing to the members of the station. Not just the ones listening, but the ones who have joined and have access to my pricing targets, have access to, and guys, I'm going to say it's not financial advice, but what is it? Well, there's nothing wrong with it being financially accurate. Like, I'll tell you, there's nothing wrong with me drawing up a financially accurate, and I'll just say it, an accurate pricing target. That has nothing to do with financial advice. You could buy, sell, you can do whatever you want to. I'm not going to tell you how to run your account or manage your money ever. I'm just not going to do that. Morgan Stanley tried to hire me to do that. I went through the official hiring process, everything like that. I was very, very pleased to have received, an offer from them. I chose not to. I just chose not to. It's not what I want to do. I don't want to turn my friends and family into customers. I just didn't want to do that. I also don't want to sell things that are too high, that I know technically have an indication of going down just because, well, it might be required by the firm. You need to go ahead and sell this. I'm going to go ahead and have to pass on that. So the dynamic of the market right now, the fact that in and around $60,000, okay, $64,000, that people like Michael Saylor and other corporations were still selling this to people, like good people in the community. Oh, we should go ahead and buy it now. It's going to go to $100,000. I mean, Michael Saylor from MIT with an astronautics degree was telling people that Bitcoin is a huge orange ball of fire glowing in the financial, what is it, cyberspace? I have no idea. I heard that. I was like, do what? It's a huge orange ball of glowing fire that's burning in financial cyberspace? I'm like, what in the world? No, it's not. I was telling my friends, I was like, no, it's not. I know it's not. Because why? Because the slope is changing. Because the market's changing. And the harder they push in and around this area, I'm like, this is not going to wind up well. And I literally was giving sessions to people, and I was like, this is going to be the next thing to happen. Before this pricing was here, I was like, this will be the next thing to happen. And then after that, you're going to see, and I drew this straight down like that. You will talk to the people if you'd like to about the sessions I was giving one-on-one, literally like this. And they're like, well, what do you mean like that? I'm like, well, like that. And they're like, well, that, and I'm like, yes, just, that's just, it's wave theory. Okay. I get into, the markets, but guys, you can tell when the price is frustrated on the upside. You can tell where the slope is changing. All of you are interested in the market. You're interested in Bitcoin. You're interested in the political fallout. In terms of what Trump has said, what, maybe Biden will respond. I think it'd be great for them to start, to start discussing something. I think that'd be very healthy for the overall dialogue. I think that'd be nice to achieve. But yeah, we've had this discussion. I've had it with individuals that, just the entirety of the space, it's one thing that we can, I don't know, guys, that we can have a good time. We can work on our investments, et cetera. But, for people to lose money, I just, my deal is like very lightly, always, guys, my MO, very lightly kind of peppered in, kind of exposed at the top, right? There's just not much demand there. The demand curve says what? Well, the demand says at extremely high prices, we won't have any demand, like none. At extremely, extremely high prices, we won't have any demand. That's what the demand curve says. Then as it becomes a little bit cheaper, and we're looking at Fibonacci right now, pre-calculated pricing targets. Okay, you can't argue with whether or not from a level of 0 to the all-time high, whether or not they're calculated correctly. That's when I talk about financial advice. No. Okay, is it financially accurate? Yes, 100%. I mean, I can click on through this, and I can put in my coordinates exactly the all-time high and 0, and I promise you it's financially accurate information. I promise you. Okay, unless TradingView or unless the program completely, goes haywire in a glitch or a hack or something like that. No, it's going to calculate that. I can get a calculator out, and I can promise you that the pricing target, that the Fibonacci levels are correct. Believe it or not, in spite of it not being financial advice, I can promise you that it's going to be correct. If you want a correct answer, I can deliver an answer, and I can promise you it's correct. All right? So I don't know that everyone can do that. I believe that they can. They possess the capacity to do it, but a lot of these other channels, a lot of the other people you guys are talking to and getting your information from, they are not doing that. They're not even trying to pretend to deliver any kind of a strategy, much less any real financially accurate information. So that's troublesome. And that makes me understand when President Trump says it seems like a scam. It does. It does, because you have a lot of people who, good people like Jason's lit, U.S. military, loud and proud, teaching his guys our strategy. Why? Because it makes sense. It just makes sense, and it's been kind of tied and tested and true. It's a good strategy for I'd say people who didn't want to lose. Like, if you had a couple Bitcoin who didn't want to lose, like, let's say $50,000, or if they had $100,000 in their account, they didn't want to lose like half of it. Yeah, we have a pretty good strategy for that, and it's one that's it's been around, and it's used by some of the biggest investors around. So yeah, we use it too, and it makes sense for us. We have a good group dynamic. When you see day traders on the top, it's just we have the best group on the internet. That's it. We have over 100. We got over 100 VIP members, traders in the first month at this channel. So that's just it, and it's in the back door where that happens, in the back rooms, on the back side. We use we really love the enterprise level of security on Twitter. We just do. Okay, so you know, all these individuals here, yeah, these are all VIP traders. People from all walks of life, investment bankers to exchange employees to rappers to families to just good people, guys. Good people. People who want to what? They all want to beat the market. So that's just, it's nice. Kiddos, Iceman had a what? Iceman had a $50,000 day plus the other day. Very nice, Iceman. Very nice moves. David Sweet had over a $50,000 day. It's nice, guys. It's a nice crew. It's the nice kind of vibe that we need. Not, and this is the deal. I don't know anyone in our group who's like, we just lost 50,000. No, you didn't. I'm like, no, you didn't. No. You haven't been paying attention, or you purposely did it. Did you get in here and purposely do that to try and disrupt our group or something? It would almost be at that level because we're so rationally minded. If the price is high, we don't have exposure. Okay, we have limited exposure. And I'll say, if it's going to trade on a breakout, there's two options. You could trade. There's different kind of approaches in terms of how you're going to trade. If you're going to trade a breakout pattern to the upside, that's a technical breakout pattern. Of course, you're going to enter into it with cash. It's not like you're not going to experience positive price action. No way, guys. We drill down into positive price action. We get very, very very detailed about becoming involved when there's a breakout to the upside. If we're to look at let's say Bitcoin right now, we're looking at Bitcoin. No, absolutely, guys, absolutely. We have no problem with working on positively constructed I'd say chart formations. We do this all the time. And I shoot around, information back and forth to people in terms of trading this. Me and my buddies, we sit around, have cigars, and we do this stuff. It's like, this is textbook, right? Absolutely textbook. New York Institute of Finance. Shout out to those guys. Was on the, got to speak with them, a few of their representatives, this and that. A lot of our people are certified with the New York Institute of Finance. A lot of people have degrees, businesses, right? So we'll trade this all day long. Right? There's no problem. We'll trade this all day long. We can hammer down into, a better time frame. We can go down to the minute if we want to. We can really get down to, did it really confirm? Yeah, it sure did. All right, so we had a breakout and a confirmation of a bull flag. Okay, yeah, okay, good. Now that's starting to sound like textbook right here, right? Yeah, now it's starting to sound like textbook application. You're starting to see what we do, okay, amongst our VIP. This is what we do. All right, we consistently try and beat the market. We try and achieve alpha. What's alpha? Alpha is the percentage by which you beat the market. Okay, so we use technical analysis. We have used it for a long time, but we just enjoy the community. It's a community of people that want to profit from the market. So we're always going to be looking at changing patterns. We're always going to be looking at opportunities to beat the next guy. I like the healthy competition aspect of things. I like the healthy competition. Hopefully, that sense can return to politics. Shout out to anyone who has been in politics, because it hasn't been easy. Individually, I'm going to say. Individually, if you've been in politics, it hasn't been easy, right? You're a public figure. That's not always easy. If you're held to a different standard, I believe, is the correct terminology. But just nice. And guys, I'm not formally affiliated with any department, agency, bureau, nor military division, domestic or abroad. That's my caveat. And I'm not a formal employee, just not. Still an advisor. I have to say, I was bringing up the fact Trump knows how to throw a party. You guys know that? Trump really knows how to throw a party. I'm going to say in a classy way. In terms of what all he's been through or what all has happened, wow, it's like the whole world froze up for a while. I just have to say, the whole world's kind of changed. That was a very, very distinct time I think we'll always remember. Right, for maybe the rest of our lives, is that the world went through a lot of chaos and stress, and what a great time to come together and try and really embrace our brothers and sisters, right? Really, regardless of who you were and how things were, whatever was going on, trying to lift people up, because the world literally came to a halt. I don't think we'll ever forget that, right? And then, the levels of emotions were really, really high, So I know a lot of that happened, and I look forward to just more and more healing. I say, I don't see a real harm in saying that. I just look forward to more healing, right? That's going to be me. You guys look forward to what you want to. If you want the battle royale, if you want the 15-round knockout drag out, you guys go for it. I'll be over here. I'll be relaxing. I'll be in crypto. Okay. So Trump did not spoil, just so you know. Trump says it seems like a scam. Copy that. Absolutely. Now, you didn't mention Dogecoin. So I'm going to go ahead and say, well, I don't know. What I'm going to talk about, guys. If anything has price action, we'll study it. We'll look at it. got some people some different ideas today on something that didn't work out, and I was like, it might not work out. And the thing is, it was on AMC, right? We deal with different stocks, we deal with different things. It just looks so nice. Gosh, it was like AMC. It looked like such a nice bull pennant there. I was like, please do this. It was such a big move. I'm like, the odds of it succeeding, and I wrote that down, like the odds of it succeeding technically are not there. However, if it wants to complete a huge, massive formation, it still might. It still might complete this massive formation to be like 100% move to the upside. I have to comment on things when I see things like that. It's just the nature of who I am. When I see, it's like, you can't argue with the pricing. You just can't argue with the pricing. Markets are very sophisticated these days, and it's just you can't argue with the pricing. So when I see an opportunity like that, I'll bring it to people's attention. A lot of you here in the room are VIP, so I'll review that. I want to hope that you guys get that message, that you subscribe, turn on notifications. We want to welcome the most recent VIP is going to be, I believe, I am become DOGE. What's going on? Dogecoin has been the launch pad. It's been kind of that, if you want to throw a red carpet affair or something like that, just kind of a get-together, a shindig. Dogecoin has been what it's kind of all been about, right? It's just been that massive, kind of a populist deal where everyone wants to get involved in it. And it's been a phenomenal way to make money. I had suggested that people look into it even tangentially in and around the 007 or the 7 cents. Now, since 007, it accomplished a 100x, so that would have turned like $100 into $10,000. You could have said, okay, I'll put $100 into it, whatever. Okay, it would have turned into 10,000. All right, at 7 cents, it still would have multiplied up to over 70. That would have been an opportunity to make a 10x, right? So as we look at another 2x or this and that, there's been 4 coins, like 4 individual opportunities. They've achieved, over a 2x in like 4 or 5 weeks for the VIPs. That's just, did you play all of them? Did you put all your money into it? I hope not. I really hope not. I would never suggest you think in terms of like anything that's extreme. Like, don't be extreme with your accounts. Don't be extreme with your ideas. Just, easy go, kind of. As we look, at what would we say? I don't know. Just the extremists. Are there market extremists? Maybe that's a good way to look at kind of what has gone on with what would we say? Bitcoin. Seems like kind of some extremists have kind of moved in, but I don't know. That's not really the full tilt of my discussion. But I think extreme is kind of the way to look at when people are being sold Bitcoin. It's just such a commentary on the market. I'm really glad that Trump came out and said that. It's such a commentary on the market because when people are being sold something that is extremely, this is my old chart. I found it. This is my old chart right here, guys. Look at this, BTC USD. Do you guys know how old this chart is? Do you know how old this chart is? This chart is like old back and through just the top here, literally. And this was the way it had gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You see the 6? Boom, straight down. Okay, I've been talking about this. Okay, it's just indicated on the pricing action. It just is. Bottom line, if you study technical analysis, if you look at things, and the scammers, guys, I don't want to call people a scammer. I just maybe don't throw all the caution to the wind. If you're getting people to invest in something at a high price, maybe encourage them to have some backup cash. I don't know. I mean, I'm not selling Bitcoin. Right? I mean, in terms of like, that's not my agenda, is like to get people to invest in Dogecoin. No. I mean, we have fun trading. Absolutely, we have fun trading. Negative prices are great. Negative prices are phenomenal. Okay, why? Because it gives you an opportunity to recapitalize your investment. If you thought it was a good investment at 60 grand, well, why don't you think it's a good investment at 30 grand? Because I'd say in all likelihood at some point it's going to go back up to 60. I'd say the odds are in favor of it going back up to 60 at some point. So if you could get it at 30, it'd be great. If you could get it at, now we start talking. What are your pricing targets? Well, I don't know. I know my VIPs know it. They know down to the exact amount what this has played off of, what Bitcoin has played off of in the past. It's not up for argument. It's not up for discussion. It's not a question of whether or not I'm right or wrong. It's a fact. The exact level to which this is played multiple times. It's not the 3,500 that I mentioned earlier, but it's the exact figure that Bitcoin has gone to every time, like a 1-2 punch knockout, bam, and there's your price target. That's what I share with VIP because they've told me they want that information. So, the level of diagnostics, like, the analytics, I'm a very accurate person. I like to be accurate financially. So that's the information they like, and, I'm happy to give it to them. So looking at Bitcoin in the context of kind of the, I say, Trump, killed Bitcoin. Well, he certainly slammed into it with a crowd that's heavily opinionated. Right now, Trump didn't count on the fact, I'm going to say maybe potentially because maybe he's not really a market technician. But he may not have counted on one simple detail here. Okay, let's look at what he might not have counted on, because I'm not sure. I mean, he probably just said, from the hip, kind of, what do you think? Shooting from the hip, just live on there, talking about a lot of people lost a lot of money. He probably knows a lot of people that lost money. I know people that lost money. Excuse me. So and not because they listened to me. Absolutely not. I was surprised after the fact. It's like, whoa, you bought what? Hold on, you bought Bitcoin at 65 or 63 or whatever it was? I was like, no. I was like, you should have been listening to my channel. Please, you should have been listening to my channel, because we're not buying high to sell low. Not at all. We're not. That's what makes it seem like scammers, guys. When you say that, Trump saying it's a scam, well, that's because they're selling it too high to people, saying, and these go get them push, these push ideas of, hey, you got to get into the market, the entirety of your family's future and the well-being of the world depends upon whether or not you buy Bitcoin today. Do what? I'm sorry, do what? You're going to save Africa's rainforest and their water issue with Bitcoin. I missed that report. I'm sorry, Saylor and company and M&M Crypto and everything else. Like, I missed all that. Like, no, you guys have cost people millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm just curious. Like, where's that information? Because you're supposed to, save the rainforest and the solve the water problems in Africa. What happened to all that? I'm just curious, because I have not seen the solution to that. I see a lot of people running around in circles, having taglines like that with absolutely zero to back it up. To the extent it seems, guys, it seems to kind of literally support what Trump just said. I'll just state that. And now, if Jack and company with Twitter have things to the contrary, I'd love to hear them. I love the Twitter interface. I really do. I think Jack's done a great job with the social expression there. If the ability to socially express ourselves, if there's restrictions on it, period. They're just ours. They're just ours. Excuse me. And there may be restrictions on the logic that's going to contravene. Trump right now saying that, well, it seems like a scam. Why? Because I don't know that the plans exist in terms of saving. I hear these stories, and Jack with Twitter and everything else, they're into this. It's going to, it's the only way forward. This is what Michael Saylor says. It's the only way forward for a real, globalized, level of, like, what does he say? The globalized level of like, a benefit to the people who are starving and the people without water. And I'm like, do what? I'm like, what? It's an investment interest that crashes every. Hey, guys, I like the crash. I'm going to tell you, I like the volatility. Show me volatility, I'll probably be there. All right, I like trading. I enjoy. It's not a commentary at all on the fact that I think it's a bad investment. To the contrary, if you deploy the right strategy, this volatility is beautiful. Okay, this is back in 2018. Beautiful volatility. I love that volatility. Why? Well, because if you picked it up at the right price. It's about a 5,290% return. Oh, okay. So there's an upside to volatility. You bet, right? Well, what about this volatility? I mean, because it just crashes. Well, I love it. Why? Well, if you played it right, it's about a 300% return. That's in 2019 to 20. Okay, so then we had another huge incidence of volatility here. A beautiful expression of volatility. That's why we're in the market. If the price doesn't move, we can't make money, guys. If the price doesn't move, we cannot make money. So as we look at the situation here, you're looking at over 1,000%, 1,800%. That's beautiful volatility, right? That's nice. But it doesn't mean that we have to abandon our principles in terms of going out like Saylor does or whoever else, MM Crypto in Dubai. You guys know the Dubai Fry guys, right? You just do. I think he has a MM Crypto. Shout out to him. I think he has a economics degree. I'd like to see him use it. All right, I'd like to see him employ it with his listeners. The other kids that are out there telling Elon Musk to go back and forth and do this and that, and you need to get back in the office. Whoa, excuse me. Little kiddos running around, getting kind of aggressive and stuff towards Elon. Like, I don't see how that fits in the space. So we don't have to give those guys all of the time, but those are the guys getting people involved in options. And they don't know what they're doing technically. They just don't. There's no solid business principles. There's none of that. And, it's just... There's no investment principles. You don't have to be, handling someone's account, or you don't have to be a broker to understand that, like, yeah, at some point, like you would want to, conform with logic, right? Like with a demand curve. The higher the price, the less the demand personally. Doesn't make sense to go after someone or something that's horribly highly priced. That flies in the face of every ounce of logic we've learned in economics and business. If it's extremely highly priced, we don't have much demand. As the price drops, our demand increases, okay? And on the whole of that, that is the only strategy, guys, that has allowed you to wonderfully profit from the market, okay? And I'll say from the market in general, or the Bitcoin market, or if you look at Microsoft stock, if you look at Lockheed Martin or Raytheon, if you look, whatever you're looking at, you have to buy low and sell high. You have to. Profit requires two things. It requires that you sell when it's high at some point. It requires that you sell when it's high after you've done what? After you've bought, okay, at a lower price. And it requires you to do it in that order unless you're dealing with options. Okay, if you're dealing with options, you can deliver later, okay, in terms of the actual holding. But that's what it requires. Profit requires you to sell when it's high after you've done what? After you've bought when it's lower. So you have to buy low, sell high in that order, essentially, guys, unless you're dealing with options. And I'm not going to be your options guru, okay? I've seen a lot of people get hurt in options, and sometimes it works out real well, but it's just, it's not, they haven't gotten hurt because of what I've said. I'll say that. I'm usually the voice of reason in terms of options. I've seen some of the best guys have brutal days, and it's just not easy to watch them have brutal days. So, I don't like anyone to get washed out. I don't like anyone to, whether or not it's in Bitcoin or anything, I don't like anyone to really suffer in the market. That's not my goal. I never, kind of wish that upon other people, even if they disagree with me, et cetera. I don't want to see that happen. So, yeah, in terms of the, the dynamics have definitely increased. I think it's exciting. It's gotten political a little bit. Elon, I think, is red-pilled. I'm not sure what that means anymore. It could have a different meaning. I don't know. I know that he's shaking hands and doing deals with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, who just formed a blockchain committee, excuse me. That's a good word, committee. Pardon me. I'm sorry about that. Pardon me. As we look at, Governor Abbott with Elon Musk, that's a circumstance where that seems political, but it seems geared more towards business, right? And Tesla setting up facilities in new star-based Texas, right? So there's a lot going on that it's nice to see Trump get into the space for him to hit in, and I like it because, it seems like a scam. Well, people have lost money, right? People have lost a lot of money. So, it's one of those things that he's probably spoken with some people, I would imagine I have, where it's going to seem like a scam because they have lost money. So I'm a former, advisor with Trump, so for Trump, et cetera. I don't get into details of that too much, but I think it's too unique for our community. We have a lot of members. We have VIP levels of membership where it's just it's a nice group. We know what we're doing in the market. Okay, we're not buying in high to sell low. We're also not freaking out if the prices go down. We see it as an opportunity, right? You have to buy low and sell high at some point. So if it goes down, it's going to hit levels of support. That's just it, and people don't know that. People don't know that there's something called a calculated pricing tool, okay? In 2 seconds, literally in 2 seconds, I go to one selection here, bam, and then I draw my pricing tools right there. There we go. And I exactly have my pricing tools for trading. Okay, now I have to know where to draw them and on what time frame, because if I draw them on the wrong time frame, they're going to be wrong. So I have to have an understanding of how the program works and how price functions. If I don't know that, I run a big risk. But my group and we hit targets, right? We hit them, like we're very accurate with them. That's what we do is we focus in on a target, okay, just like a sniper, guys. We focus in on a target, and then we essentially we're able to profit when it goes up. Okay, once it hits a level of support, it's going to do what? Well, that's defined as essentially it's going to hit that level and it's going to go up. You mean like right here? Yeah, like right here. It's not much of a move, but, it is a move to the upside. This is on Dogecoin right now. So we're consistently doing that. We've been doing that. Guys, we've traded the heck out of Dogecoin. We've traded the heck out of a lot of different cryptos. That's moved about 8%. Some people might want 5%, 3%. Some people, it's going to depend on how much they have invested, essentially. So, always consult a broker or an advisor, okay? I would ask them what they own. Say, quit selling me what you have to sell me on behalf of your company. What do you own? I would get to that real quickly, and I would ask them, how have you done on your portfolio, your own portfolio over the past 12 months? And say if I were to go to 60 months, 5 years, how have you done? Those are the questions I would ask a broker. Okay, I had a real unique circumstance in 2008 where I called the market literally 4 days before the market went down. I went to a huge cash position in my business just to be like, I don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't look good for the market right now, and I don't want to be exposed to that level of risk. I took things to and closed deals, north of 7 figures, and was just in that position where literally paperwork was signed, et cetera. Within the ink was dry within 48 hours. Literally, the market tanked in 2008. And I just gone to a 7-figure plus cash position. And everybody was like, whoa, you were serious when you said you were going. I said, I told you, it didn't look good. And everyone was like, just to be the smartest guy in the room, it was good for a minute. But then I went around and talked to other people. I talked to other individuals at banks, and the banks I always wanted to go to and do business with and everything else. When I was growing up, I was like, well, I got to go there. I want to do business with that bank. Well, then I had like 7-figure plus, et cetera, in the account. I called the market correctly. I couldn't find one bank manager, director, analyst, or anything around anywhere to handle my money, because every single one of them I asked, did you get the market right? And they all said, well, no, sir, we didn't. I'm like, but I got it right, and now I want you to handle my money? That's not going to make any sense. So that's kind of, it's good to be right sometimes, but it seems like it can kind of be isolating too. I'm very, very happy to have you guys in a group dynamic. I just want to say that. Thank you guys for being here, because I don't feel isolated when we're right, and that's nice, because I've been right before, and it's just, it has been isolating, right? So that's just, that is the tone. That's kind of what we're looking at. We're looking at the pricing target, of Dogecoin. We have been trading this heavily. The title of this one, and I don't know, guys. We can talk about it. It's gotten political because it's just T is in the house. What's up, Mr. T? I just saw you here. You guys give me 1 second. Let me get a cup of coffee. Just a sip of coffee. I'm gonna take a little coffee break. Just a sip of coffee while we let me put some smooth music on for T, because he's in the house. Mr. T is one of my friends. He is one of my friends. Like, yes sir, yes sir. That's absolutely the truth. Let's see if we can put on some high stakes music on. What do we got? T, we got politics back in the mix. Huh? What are we gonna do with that? Don't know. Huh? Gotten interesting, hadn't it? You guys give me just 1 second. Let me get just a sip of coffee. I'll be right back with you. Okay, give me about 2 more seconds. Just want to set up, do an audio check on things. We got Dogecoin pricing on, which is good. We got into some issues today, and just, I don't know. I just wanted this to be a good time for us, right? The members here, etc. We appreciate T having you here. It's nice to have you here. We'd love you to join, brother. Oh wow, that'd be awesome, huh? Wouldn't that be awesome? Be amazing. Huh? He'd be our in-house. I'd say specialist. He's one of the specialists in terms of, I think, even different trades. He's a specialist. There we go. Okay. Sounds like things are going relatively well there. So in terms of the sound, you guys can check on sound. If we have any specific questions, we can start getting into kind of where things are at on things. But I wanted to cover Trump. I wanted to cover transnational organized criminals out of El Salvador. Okay, whether or not people disagree with that or Biden or anything else, like, who are we to sit here and just shut up because, YouTube does, surprising, I'm just curious, YouTube doesn't want to push the whole notion of something that deals with either Trump or something else. Surprise, surprise. That's okay. That's okay. That they would want to limit the function of the expression of logic, I'm going to go ahead and say, at all, while other people in Dubai are literally selling people Bitcoin at $65,000 to $70,000. $65,000 to $70,000, right? Kanye, what's up in the house? In the house, you know Kanye, yeah. So as we look at this, guys, understand, right? It's not all about being right. Like, for whatever reason, the group here is just not, I don't know. For some reason, the internet as the whole, it's not about, I think it's always interesting to me because, what is it, 5% of the market, 5% of the people in the market do well, right? Yeah, you guys know this too. It's interesting because we'll get people and they're like, well, they don't like it, or they want to leave, or we just have a small, kind of a small niche group. It's interesting because not everybody does well in the market. You guys know that, huh? That's kind of a wild dynamic as we look at like the overall figures and numbers. And people love when things crash. It's so funny. We have thousands of people. When things crash, we have thousands, droves of people that have to come and watch it and you pay attention. I'm like, what? It's like they're sensationalized into like some degree of like loss. I don't understand it. You guys aren't. I appreciate that. Jay, nice to see you. I hope your family's doing well. Jay, let me know that Jay has a situation. I hope your family's doing well. Jay, it's good to see you. Let's see. So we have. It's nice. T, you're in the house. You're plugged in with Lars, with everybody. Yeah. T, we got good people, huh? T, I miss you. We wake up in the morning. We got the back door, everything else. Like seriously, T, it's kind of cool to tell you the honest truth. It's a good vibe. It's people looking at trading. I mean, I'll be interested to see what all we get in terms of trading, etc. We may be. We have people that trade futures on commodities. Yeah, like futures on commodities. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Nice to see you, Marion, in the crowd. And Lars, nice to see you. There we go. So, pricing action. This pricing action. Looks like, we all know what to expect by now. We really do, huh? We look at pricing action, we're like, we get it, right? We understand you need to cover yourself on the. Do you know how many people don't understand the market? Like even the basic principles of the market? I mean, it's still fair, right? I'm going to say that. It's still fair? It has to still be fair, right? I mean, it's just people aren't really engaged in anything other than maybe it just requires a little bit more work. So people are not engaged with that dynamic of that next kind of step of what you call it, diligence, or I'm not sure what you would call it, but it's an extra effort, and people are into convenience. Probably, yeah, we could probably chalk a lot of it up to that. People are into matters of convenience. I appreciate that, Marion. Well, and you're doing well, huh? Marion, you belong here, right? Absolutely. You bring up the what a spill out on the MLN. I loved it, huh? I saw that negative price action. I'm like, yes. I was like, I hope Marion's getting picked up on the on your orders there. We just think differently, huh? We just when the price hammers down, it's nice for things to go up. Absolutely, we have exposure on the way up. But you see, you didn't need that much exposure, like on DOGE or something else. Like, well, $100 exposure is okay. You take $100, you put it in there, or this or that, and then you take another $100, you put it over that direction. Well, then we have, however you want to look at it. It's just it's an interesting kind of dynamic to. I always let people, people say, well, when do I sell? You need to tell me now. When am I supposed to sell? The more anxious they get about things like that, I just realize I'm like, man, just it's I don't know. It's difficult to walk through that mindset because it's too anxious. And it's too. There's too much. I don't know. I enjoy the dynamic of just being relaxed, of enjoying the market. And I think you guys too. That's why we are. That's why we're doing what we're doing. We enjoy the market. We enjoy a trade like Marion enjoys a trade. He'll find something and say, hey, it looks like it has positive price action, right? It really looks like it's going to express itself. That's nice. When I saw the Bitcoin market really, dying and kind of, fading down into what it was fading down into, we talked about that. In some sessions that I had done, it was real big. I was very matter of fact about it. Just zero question. Literally drawing this out like, here it goes. It's gonna fall down, and get into that and to talk about and to realize with people the opportunities at the lower level. That's where the profit is. Yes, you can ride it up and make profit, but this with the expression of the price, the previous expression of the price, and the levels of volatility. I mean, the real money is the real profits are in capitalizing on these moves, right? They're really phenomenal. They're just, that is what it is, right? That's that's where the cash is at. So it's going through another one of these moves. Does that mean Trump says scam. The people involved in it, right? It's just it's a bit much. We can say that to the cows come home. Right? We can literally say that about, well, look at him and look at them. We can say that all across the board. I just don't like people to lose money. You guys know me, kind of where my heart's at. I don't like people to lose money. I just don't like that, right? So they're not going to lose it on what I say. And if they do, they didn't listen. I'll just tell you, like, the approach that I have, limited exposure towards the top, double and triple down as you go through the different layers. All right. Now, that is going to work with a lot of investments. OK, I've compared it back through the entirety of like the Tokyo Stock Exchange on the aggregate. I've done the research to like compare this, the strategy, not only to current applications, but to like the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Right. The entirety of the Tokyo Stock Exchange. I have applied my investment principles to the entirety of like the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Okay. And it works. All right. So that's just something I've done in my spare time. And I think you guys have probably, if you've researched or read through fundamentals and technical analysis, you've probably done similar things. You've probably come up with kind of similar conclusions. It's awesome. It's nice to have something that we know works on both the micro or kind of the, if we really zoom in with a magnifying glass, or if we zoom out on the macro, right? It's really nice, huh? So it's it's nice to have you guys. I appreciate you guys listening to a little bit of discussion about Trump, because not everyone wants to hear it. Not everyone wants to hear that anything. So I don't know. It's nice to be able to, at least we live in a country where we can say something. And it's cool. All the way to Belgium, all the way to Australia, all the way to, across the world. We got a lot of people across the world. So that's really nice. Really, really nice. So we can look at, you guys want to sort through and kind of look at some different, let's see what we got. AMC, I can talk to you guys. It's just us. AMC just getting wild, wanting to really, gosh. You guys are paying attention on this, right? Normally it's exclusive information, but you guys, you understand, right? AMC, bull pennant, possibilities, get legs. Everybody's like, get legs, huh? Now, we don't play on the hype. I just play on the technicals, right? My technicals will beat the hype every time. They just will. You guys know that. You guys saw in the community tab, make sure that community tab, you have this information here, okay? You have this information. I want you to make sure that you guys get that, okay? That you have this information in the community tab, that you're getting alerts. Make sure you turn on the alerts for the Twitter and for the for YouTube, so that you get those alerts. And it's just, I'll normally send a tweet out. Make sure that you have those notifications on, so that you get that, and I'm able to communicate with you guys. It's essential. So you're waiting on the golden pocket. All right, on the golden pocket. That's interesting. I think T may be here for a reason. I'm just going to say that. It may be here for a reason. Mr. T may have a different dynamic and investment approach that the whole place needs to hear about. It's really cool. I like different investment approaches. I think Mr. T sees the price action in Mr. T when the price lights up either direction at 10, 15, or 20 or 25%, sometimes 30% in either direction on a day, we get excited. If it's up or if it's down, that's just, that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. Eth is saying Marion in Belgium is looking for the golden pocket. What a beautiful chart. Nice price action. Very nice price action. I have my extensions. I have my Fibonacci extensions kind of played up. Let's go ahead and see what Marion's talking about for Ethereum. That Matic, I thought it was so interesting with Trump saying that it's a scam. I got to tell you, we brought up Matic, right? I brought that up to the group. It's very interesting because I'm like, well, Matic is being used by like 100 million people in India to keep track of like vaccines. I'm like, it's an actual real, it's interesting. It's like, what's Bitcoin doing? Well, it has a purpose. I'm sure it has a purpose. It's nice to see people just enter into the the public light a little bit, right? Nothing wrong with that. Let's look and see what we have. So, let's see what we have. All right. Golden pocket. Hey, nice. You're going to have to breach down through that, aren't you? Let's see exactly what you're looking at. I'm going to look at what Marion's doing. Ooh, yeah. That's it. Now, you could be doing it on the macro or the micro, huh? Let me find it. That's on the macro. On the macro, you're looking at $1,463, huh? Truth. He's like, truth. Yes, that's true. So that's good. 1,400 from the current price of 2,400, the maximum price, the all-time high of about 4,200. So you're looking at that golden pocket, the 61.8 to the 65th percent retracement. Very nice. Very nice. Now on the micro, I'm on the daily, incidentally. The daily is going to make a difference on this. You may be waiting, on the micro as well. Down to 2,383 or 2,358. Yeah, in and around that. I'm on the daily, which is going to affect these prices differently than if I'm on the hourly, right? And always remember that, guys. BTT looks like it's doing decently today. It's almost a lot of things about to turn. Digibyte is about to turn green. Looks like it's hit a little bit of they're hitting the bottom level, essentially the ones that are in kind of a flat line triangulation on the bottom that have an expressed level of support. It looks like they're trying to hit some level, establish that level of support. Let's go back to the hourly. The daily is a little bit calmer. The hourly is going to be a little bit more. It's going to show some gains. This kind of hook that we see throughout. We're going to see that on all of the pricing. Essentially, I think we're going to see that on the majority of the pricing. That little hook, little move to the upside. You're on the micro. Good job, Miriam. Good job. Before finding this channel, Lars, you bought Bitcoin too high before finding this channel. That's good. Hey, American Rio, what's up, brother? What is up, brother? It's nice to have you. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. All right, all right. I saw you jump in here with a wrench, huh? I know this cool guy, Mr. T. I'm not sure if he's still around in the crowd, but I made him into a moderator just because I want him to have a wrench. That's just it. That's the kind of guy that he is. So he's now a moderator. I don't know if he'll ever use it, but I did want to turn him in. I wanted to make sure that he has a wrench. He's just a good guy. He could probably rebuild a city with just a wrench. He's a good guy. So he'll get a kick out of that. So looking at Digibyte, looks positive. IOTA. Let's see what we got. Yeah, everything just taking that little hook. We're going to want to see what starts to play out in terms of the price formations. What do we know about an upward sloping? That's an interesting dynamic there. IOTA on the tether. Let's see what else we have. I drew out some Fibonacci's yesterday on the Japanese yen. I wanted to show you guys what goes on with Fibonacci's on the Japanese yen, right? You see this? You see this price expression right here? This micro frequency, this is on the yen. Right? How do you know what we do? Is it crypto? Does it translate over? People are talking about it being a scam. What are we doing, right? Well, look at this. This is a micro frequency on the Japanese yen. Okay? The US Japanese yen pair, okay? Essentially forex. I don't get into currencies too much, but I wanted to show you the expression, okay, of the Fibonacci here, of the micro Fibonacci on the Japanese yen, the dollar to yen, okay? Now, as you look at this, what did it do? Well, it came right down to the same thing, guys. It came right down to the 50% retracement, and it moved to the upside. You had a positive price expression. All right? If you held on to it, just a standard. It moved once. It came back down to retest that level, and what happened? It hit the 50% again. It moved to the upside. Okay? So all of this computes across any market. When I say we can deal with anything with price action, just know it. Know it to be true. You're not going to find an expression of pricing that's anything we can't handle. Whether or not it's gold or commodities, whether or not it's a derivative, or whatever it is, guys, we're going to be able to handle it. That's the nature of technical analysis. You see, on a larger scope here, this is the U.S. to Japanese yen. I just want to bring it up. All right? Now look, based upon this, we draw it from the low to the high, correct? Yes. And then we get, it looks like it hit to that perfectly, guys, perfectly. The 38.2, the second level down. Look at how specifically and precisely it carves right into the 38.2. Okay, it's not just crypto. Look at specifically. You see that? Just target strike. Boom. So what do you do? Well, once you achieve a recent interim high, you start to work your Fibonacci's, just like crypto. Okay? So we're always looking for what? We're always looking for price action. Okay? That's the U.S. to Japanese yen pair. Okay? I just bring that up because you can make money trading the yen, right? That's a currency that's All he needs is a hammer. That's great. Mr. T says all he needs is a hammer. I just gave you the wrench, so when you show up, because you're here all the time, you get a wrench. Just enjoy it if you want it. If you don't want the wrench, I like your hammer though. It's cool. So that's the way that things work. Okay, that's the way that things kind of have developed. Okay, in terms of the application of all of essentially the entirety of pricing action and the fundamentals of technical analysis. It's the way that people trade, guys. That's why I bring up it could be a commodity, it could be a derivative, it could be an option, it could be anything. It's going to express itself on levels of support and resistance. So the Fibonacci is going to work, right? The pricing targets are going to come through. It's just the nature of the mathematics of the growth or the retraction, or I said, the retraction of pricing, right? It's just that's how pricing expresses itself. It's pretty cool, huh? Pretty interesting. Anything with pricing on it, huh? You could look at wheat, or you could look at steel, or you could look at gold or silver, or you could look at anything that has a market. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I'm looking at waves. Waves looks like it's moving a little bit potentially more than some other concerns right now. I want to maybe look in the context and see if there's maybe a chart pattern that is trying to conquer. I look at the hourly right now to see if maybe it's going to really do something impressive. It doesn't look like it's technically conforming exactly right now. So that's okay. I have I have a lot of indicators set up on a lot of different coins right now. I'm going to clean this out just a touch. I'll redraw that if I have to. I have some indicators already drawn up here that will go off. I'm going to adjust them because it's moving, and I want to stay on top of waves. There we go. Just to make sure what's going on. There we go. There. All right. Come here. Oh, that one has. Okay, I got you. A lot of times I'll constrict the pricing. If something is moving in an interesting way, I'll constrict the pricing based upon a preceding channel, based upon, or kind of a derivation thereof. I want to know when and how it's going to move, and essentially I'll do some derivative analysis. I'll add in some variability with some other correlatives to achieve that. Theta's on the move. Theta had kind of a flag we were looking at. It underperformed earlier on. It flew back down into its channel. That's okay. That's okay. It's still kind of expressing itself in something that could be positive. Let's see what we have. Theta is theta. You guys know the story. It's an interesting story. Legitimately an interesting story. As we're dealing with today, Trump saying Bitcoin is a scam. Well, I'm not a big fan of some of the people in the market. They're probably not a big fan of me. They don't have to be. We're allowed to have our own opinion, though. Just solid. If you wouldn't take we just have people we have families, we have people working hard, we have blue collar workers to business owners to exchange employees to investment bankers. You guys know this. So it's like, I'm not going to get on it. Why would I possibly just hype up a situation and tell people to buy into something? It's no, always ready to double or triple down. Always ready to double or triple down. And some people want to make 50% on a trade, or 20 or 30%. Well, some people might want to make 5%. Here, go make 5%. Book a positive trade. Always use a stop loss. Basic stuff. Sometimes it's fun to talk about markets and, look at that, SDMX. That could be a dangerous breakdown. Everything's kind of in line with, and I just bring up some different concerns, everything's kind of in line with retesting this channel formation. And as we look at Bitcoin, I want you guys, you'll learn something now. I learned it when I looked at it. And I thought it was really important for me to learn, was that on the hourly, we're looking at one thing. Okay, on the hourly, let's go to the candles. We were looking at one expression of price on the hourly. Okay, that's the chart on the hourly. As it decides to essentially accumulate a price, it will stick a point on an hourly chart differently than it will on a 5-minute basis or a 30-minute basis. The actual point in time where it is on the aggregated kind of cumulative kind of spot that it establishes, that spot price, kind of like if you put a key into a keyhole, there's one key for that one keyhole at the hourly. And it's going to exactly match up with all those indicators and exactly how that key is formed. That's going to be the one key, and it's going to be right in that spot. wherever it marks itself on the hourly versus wherever that key is going to be different. It's going to go into a completely different spot. Boom, on the daily, right? It's going to be a different. The components that go into it are going to be that dynamic, like you would form a key. And it's just there's one slot for it. That's it. It's not. No, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. The hourly doesn't fit on the daily. Okay. No, you got to go somewhere else on it. Okay. It's not going to fit in that same lock. It's got to go into somewhere else. So you're going to have a different formation. You're going to have a different view. It's an odd example, but it's fitting because you're going to have different expressions on different time frames, right? This is the hourly. Let's look at the daily. Look at the hourly, okay? Let's look at the daily. Because on the daily, we have a real solid breakdown right now. All right, on the daily, whereas we've been involved in all these triangulations. On the daily, we haven't been, and I haven't been on the daily. I've mentioned it a few times, but on, like, say, on Bitcoin, just to look at the pricing. And it's a phenomenally priced investment instrument. We can say that. It's kind of like shares at Berkshire Hathaway. It's just they're very expensive. Yeah, they're very nice. It's very costly to invest in Berkshire Hathaway. So as we look at this, we see more of this, more of the channeling going on the daily, and we see this breakdown. When I talked about, I didn't finish that comment. I should have. But what Trump may not have counted on was the golden pocket. If Trump is saying anything, well, I have to tell you, Donald, we got one thing, Mr. President. We have one thing that you may not have focused on. I know it seems like a scam, but we have people that are waiting for the golden pocket. So it's possible, huh? It's possible that in spite of this scam alert, right, in spite of this scam alert, we may still be able to achieve a profit. I think we can, right? I think that in spite of the naysayers, we may be able to achieve a profit. I'm going to go ahead and say that. I think we're going to continue to be able to achieve a profit. You guys, if you look at the at Matic, I wanted to congratulate you guys on the trade on Matic. It was really well done. Really well done. Yeah, you did well. Let's see. Let's see here. Just targeted strike. Absolute beautiful targeted strike. Look at that. This is our pricing target. You just nailed it. You literally just nailed it. Like that's phenomenally well done. Let me just draw this. Like perfectly well done. You see that? Just nicely done, guys. Very nicely done. I'm very impressed. For anyone who entered into that trade and hit that pricing target right there, I'm impressed. Why? Because I gave you this pricing target with about, with the entire markup of Matic. It's been a 3.5x. And you say, well, I didn't get a 3.5x. Really? How many of you traded this one? I have to ask you guys, how many of you traded this one? This was like on the nose, perfect target strike at our price, right? So, and then it achieves some positive pricing action to the upside, right? It may not be done. If you're accumulating Matic, it may be a good thing, right? That's up to you in terms of when you want to take profits. But that's a nice move. That's sniper action there, right? Yeah, that's laser focus. Bam. Highly accurate. Beautiful. I delivered that to you guys so that you had that information, right? Yeah, you guys know that. Let's see what we got. You guys remember that? Yeah. I was like, you sure did. Yeah, that was well laid out. Look at all these pricing targets, huh? Yeah, that's nice, huh? Very nicely done. Let's see if I can bring that up in the context. It's not going to show me. I have to do something like this. I just want to show you guys. Let's see. There you go. Yeah. You guys had that. You had all these different levels. Boom, 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 boom. It's nice to know that you were exactly on 100% target deployed, like sniper strike, like, yeah, absolute target executed. Boom. Nicely done, huh? I love when that happens, like, because it could be anywhere, right? But no, it's right there, maximizing your gains. And it's nice. I like that a lot. Good job, anyone in Matic. There we go, Eric Serrano. I appreciate that. He loves the show and inside hodl Doge right now. Gotta hodl the Doge. It's funny. I get a lot of flack for Dogecoin and everything else, but then I'm like, well, come on, man. Come on, man. I sat down with some institutional like frameworks and everything else, and they're like, well, I've run the options floor for a major petroleum industry. I'm like, ooh, wow, have you heard about Doge? And they're like, what? What are you talking about? I'm like, well, it's Dogecoin. I'm off the cuff a little bit, just to kind of have fun with people, because you talk about the market too much, it's like, it gets kind of boring. So anyway, but I told them that, and then it was like a 10x, or then it was like a 100x, and they're like, oh man, like, yeah, you could have just put 10 grand in it, But I had good discussions with people. Just fun. Have some fun in life, man. Everything's been real stressed out. Might as well have some fun. It's people are trading something with a dog on it for money. Okay, cool. Is it making any money? Well, they actually say it might. They paid for a rocket? What do you mean? They paid for a space. What is it, guys? They've paid for a space payload and rocket with this dog money. What? I'll look into it. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll look into it. So we had fun with it. We've had a good time, and it's made people a lot of money. So it's been good. So Eric, nice to have you here. Appreciate the shout out. Very nice. And what do we have? All right. MLN took a bleed out. It just did, huh? It's interesting, wasn't it? Took a complete bleed out. And then look at it, Marion. It's hopped back up, huh? I like that, because Marion had brought that to us recently. Marion, our Belgium connection. I love Belgium. You guys don't know that, huh? I haven't really discussed the reasons why I love Belgium. Aside from the food and the kind of what Belgium is. Yeah, there's some strong stuff in Belgium. Strong stuff and strong military relationships, everything from the politics to the I'll just say I'll leave it there. I like Belgium a lot. It's nice to have Marion around. Did you hit on your? Ooh, let's see. You got to look at where you wanted to draw this one. It's going to tell you how it's expressing itself, which is important, Marion, right now, because I don't know who all's trading this. It may be a different group. Let's look at year to date. That's a nice way to look at it. Not a bad way to look at it right there. I don't disagree with that. You're going to play on the candles or on the wicks or on the sticks. That's probably what you're going to get down to. You want to play on the wicks or on the sticks? Either one you want to. I think you can run with it however you want to. It's new. We just started looking at it, so I haven't really dug into it, but it's got some nice previous price action as well. That's nice. Nice move here. 2,000% there. That's okay. Throw a cup of coffee on it. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's better when it's down, when it's down. It's at $131. That's MLN currently. So shout out to Marion. Harmony One has gone into the positive. It's okay. It's nice to see Harmony One doing well. It is flirting with this. What is that? 200. Let's see what we've got here. Moving average on the golden pocket. It's right in its golden pocket right now. 61.8 to the 65th percentile. Let's see. We deal with Fibonacci's golden pockets. We're very into technical analysis. It's the standard of the industry. It applies to everything. Anything with a price on it, anything in a market with a price on it is going to conform to technical analysis. And the beauty of technical analysis is that it's going to conform because there is a strategy to technical analysis as well. And that's like the bread and butter of Wall Street, right? Essentially. I think Uriel has been here before. Uriel asking about how do I see the market today? That's a very good question. I see it great when it's up, and I see it great when it's down. I plan on making money when it goes up and money when it goes down. So that's our approach. That's what we'd like to reinstill in the members here. When it's going down, it's going down towards a pricing target, right? We want to go down and hit one of our pricing targets, like the golden pocket currently that Harmony One is in. If we were to look at this, you see it's right on that 65th percentile right now. It's right on the 65th percentile. So it's stuck there, seeing if it wants to hold that level or if it wants to go somewhere else. That's on the aggregate. Okay, on the I'd say the big picture. Yeah, and we've lowered it a bit. That's fine. Let's go on the. Ooh. Everything's going to adjust if you adjust to absolute zero. On Harmony 1, we've done a lot of different indications. Sometimes, let's bring up this. This is a good thing for us to look at. Sometimes you'll eliminate the prior channel. You guys know that we did a lot of that, eliminating the prior channel. In terms of the channel work, which could go on, we would, for instance, want to eliminate this prior channel here. This prior channel would be eliminated as we were to draw out, let's say, our Fibonacci's for this most recent pricing action. As things become more severe, in terms of a retracement, potentially back to something where you would want to be more conservative, dropping these to absolute zero will put you in more of a conservative stance, right? Because then your pricing, your targets will be lower. You'll require the market maker to come down and really pick you up at those lower levels, right? So that's a good thing. We just deploy different strategies when necessary. So Matic is deciding if it wants to continue to move to the upside after beautifully hitting the pricing target. Maybe getting into some sort of a flag formation or something else. That'd be nice. Let's see what we have. Oh yeah, looks like it could try and do something interesting. Would have liked to have seen, anytime you have an upward diagonal channel, right, it's going to be bearish in nature. I would rather see that either laterally or, essentially formulated like this in a flag formation, which is going to be going down. All right, it's either it's going to be a pennant. A pennant's going to be a decreasing line of resistance and an increasing line of support. Okay, that's ideal in terms of a breakout pattern. That's about as bullish as you can get. Decreasing line of resistance, increasing line of support. All right, and that's going to be the most bullish that you can get. If something is an increasing, I'd say an increasing line or diagonal channel, essentially is going to want to break down. Okay, that's the majority of the time it's going to want to break down. So just always keep that in mind. All right, let's just be notified when this wants to move. And let's see. I was so happy today. I woke up and people just were just excited, right? Marco, I didn't know that 1 is your biggest bag right now since Matic. Congratulations. List on Binance, ATA. Let's look at ATA for... ATA USD. New coin listed. Want to figure out the previous pricing action of it. I don't enjoy drawing negative Fibonacci's, right? Because you don't know what the all-time, what the high is. ATA is a new coin, so I don't know exactly where to draw our Fibonacci's. It's kind of guesswork, and I'm not real wild about that, right? There hasn't been too much in terms of positive expression of ATA, except for the fact it's kind of picking up on something. If it becomes guesswork. I normally like to give these a number of weeks. There's a new listing on Binance, ATA. Andrew says the chart is way out in space. He cannot read it. Very good, Andrew. Hey, I wanted to come up with something different. We've had all this glitter and lights and everything else. It's been like, good gosh, man, what's going on? And now I have all of you right next to TradingView Pro. All right, so yes, VIPs, yes, doing well, but you guys need to be the TradingView Pros. So I thought I'd just do that today just to spice things up a little bit. Marion, thanks for bringing the information on ATA. We'll have that in the mix. I'll go ahead and put some flash indicators, notifiers here, that will get notified if and when it wants to move. And why don't we give it let's give it a negative expression, because it's been going negatively. So let's just be surprised if it doesn't continue this. How about that? How about that, Marion? We'll look at it. There you go. We'll say if it doesn't continue to move like this, we want to get notified. Fair enough? Not a bad approach, huh? Not a bad approach. That's a new coin on, and that's been just within today. So breakout, we'll be notified. Those are the types of just assumptions you're going to make when you set up your notifications. But I think that's a good one. Yeah, there you go. We also may be a part of definitely not just we want to know the all-time high, but now we also want to know potentially the whatever formation it might be in, whatever kind of technical formation that ATA might be expressing that we don't have the information on. We want to be notified if potentially it's going to break out from that. We do have an expression of at least some sort of a channel formation. So, that's positive. That's the waves wanting to interact a little bit positively. That's good. A little bull flag there. It's going to want to just ramp up from there, isn't it? Probably so. What do you guys think? Looks like it's just a little baby move to the upside. We'll see if it breaks up or breaks down. This is micro trades, right? No big deal. Real simple stuff. But that's a positive formation in terms of the 3 minute. That'd be a very consistently bullish formation. Now it can do anything, right? You technically need what? You'd need to see a break out to the upside, a reconfirmation, and move up, right? So what can we do? Well, we can give it a little bit of room here, and let's just see if it wants to. It'll notify us when it moves. Let's see. But people, how do you day trade? What do you mean you day trade? Well, we day trade. We get involved in chart formations, pattern breakouts, continuation patterns, right? Yeah, so that's the type of stuff that we would get involved in. I want to know if it's going to break up or break down. I'm more interested in the break up with a positive confirmation of price. Not a huge move, potentially a 3.6% move, something like that. It's okay. I might be interested in this move. Matic moving. Okay, Matic is expressing itself. And that's okay. Said I wanted maybe to see a little bit more of that. That's no problem. No problem. But you see what's going on with Matic right now is it's got this going on. The upward channel, which we would expect it to do what? To break down. Upward diagonal channel, we're going to expect that to move to break to the downside. Typically, right? What do we have here? Oh, touch those. What do we have here? Just case in point. And you're going to say, well, does it matter? And it might. It might matter whether or not you're bleeding down into it and it's a continuation channel, right? Could. This will be a good expression because otherwise, well, how would you form an inverse head and shoulders? Right? Well, you'd have a variation on the channeling, right? You would. Not uninteresting, right? Now, some people are probably, after the trade today, are already working on the Fibonacci's as a matter of principle, are already working on Fibonacci's and ready to deploy Fibonacci's, right? And those are easy, guys. It takes literally, 2 minutes to do it? If you've chosen to trade Matic, it takes 2 minutes to do it. Mantis saying rip ETH, rip Dogecoin. We like the energy, brother. Good energy. Like that. Thanks for stopping in with some energy. Rip it up. Nice. Nice to see somebody jump in with some energy. Very few people do that. Nice to have you for a minute. We have a good group here. It's a small crew, but we're invested in ourselves, in the community. We just are. We have a level of membership, top level of membership, and we have like 100 VIP traders. That's just it. We invest in ourselves, our equipment, and our knowledge, worldwide kind of deal. So first month, 5 weeks we've had potential. I'm not gonna say potential, but actual. I mean, Matic, I brought it 78 cents. It went to $2 something. I don't know. 3.5x. We're very involved in stuff like that. We don't share everything on the internet like right here. This is not our mainstay. We have backdoor channels, etc. So if you would like to join us, we'd love to have you. Stick around for a bit. This is a cool crew. Best traders you're gonna find. It's one of those days my coffee just keeps getting cold. Yeah, that's all right. It's all right. Not sure what that means. One of those days, huh? Old Trump, huh? Making his presence known. That's fine. Trump's a cool. I mean, I don't know. No comment. But there you go. No comment. Instead, Trump killed Bitcoin. That or like the market. I have no idea what they're doing. Enough said. Hope everyone's doing well, huh? That we don't get too caught up into politics. We get to have some fun, right? Life's all about having a good time, enjoying yourself. Joy, huh? I mean, there's nothing wrong with joy, huh? Have some joy. Enjoy the market, huh? Yeah, we got to enjoy that market. We're in kind of a bullish, I don't know. It's telling me this wants to be, it's not green yet. Let me look at the hourly. Where are we at on the hourly? I want to look at the hourly. Uh-oh. Yeah, we set the bull there. We set that bullish on the, on Matic. Oh, yeah. I just love that targeted strike. Just bam. I envision like the green laser scope, right? Yeah, like the, the nice, like, a SCAR rifle or something. Cody, what's up, Cody? Hey, Cody, I remember you, brother. What is going on? If you had a computer, you'd join. Well, I mean, it is the year 2021, right? You could get a computer to join. Believe it or not, you could get a computer. You could get, you know what? You want to know a computer to get? I will help you out. Check this out. I don't do this for everybody, brother. Yeah. Okay, hold on 2 seconds. You want a nice little computer to get? Huh. All right. Since Cody asked, he says, I'll join if I could get a computer. People are frustrated. Here you go. Try that out. And make sure that you are nice to your computer. How about that? You guys are looking for an interesting little machine? I don't know. I don't just tell everybody that. But it's a, yeah, you guys want to see a nice little machine? Love this. Nice machine. These right here, German computers. Okay? Nice machines. Very nice machines. Trexter Technic. Shout out to all our friends overseas. I have had a very good experience with Trexter Technic. I'll just tell you guys, okay? So enjoy that, and you can pick one up for probably $200 or $300. Engineered in Germany. German engineering. Highly. I can't give you financial or what is it? Technological advice? You believe you give people you can give them technological advice? Huh? I don't think we should do that. Let's see what we got. Great computers. You'll like it a lot. All jokes aside. And I'm going to put in the notion. Let me put in the join as a link here. Join today. That Trexter Technic is a very nice computer. You guys will like that. Even you guys who are already here, you'll like that. And I think they're like $200-300, maybe a little bit more or not. It's a solid little computer, guys. It's not super robust. It's not something that'll really. It's not going to change your life. It's just a solid. They have one that is equivalent to kind of a MacBook Air, very very lightweight. It's German engineering. It almost feels like carbon. Like I have one. I went through probably 15 grand in computers, just working. I was studying some stuff at an NSA, National Security Agency school, highly accredited National Security Agency school. I went through like 15 grand in computers, tested them out, built different systems on them, etc. And this little guy right here was just like, it was. I have it right next to me right now. It's the it's the equivalent of like a MacBook Air, but it's solid. It's like I bought it for $200 or $300. I'm like, it's made in Germany. I was like, I'll try it. And it's been really phenomenally, it's been a good experience. So, yeah, I look forward to you guys potentially experiencing that if you would like to experience a nice little computer. Someone said they didn't have one. No problem. So, Matic is off its high. Absolutely, huh? Off its high. Wanting to know, huh? Wanting to know. All these levels, huh? People accumulating. Matic's one of those stories. We're not sure what it's going to do. Just the price action has been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Being used, like in terms of what's a scam, being used by the Indian government, by like 100 million plus people in terms of keeping track of vaccinations and health records and cool stuff like that. Pretty cool. It just wants to get legs. This one, huh? This AMC. We're going to see what it wants to do. ETH, we got Marion in Germany. Not in Germany, in Belgium. Sorry about that. Is waiting for his golden pocket on ETH. We have, I do have a lot of indicators set up. We blew through a lot of my indicators last night, which is okay. But we blew through a lot of them. And I did not update you guys on every one of them. I just don't do that. I mean, that's why it's good when we're live. You guys agree, right? DOGE showing some support. Now, people may have Jason's lit military. He let me know. It's like he booked his first positive trade. I was glad he did it. Excuse me. Very glad he did that. He knows what it feels like now to execute a targeted strike and to book a positive trade. That's what the name of the game is all about, right? That's the name of the game. So just book a trade. So that's nice. Some of you on some of these different coins want to get involved, or some of the different investments you have that you want to get involved for the long term. You really love the story. I'm just going to challenge you guys. If you love the story so much, I'm just going to ask you, why do all the charts look the same? You know that, right? It's just don't get too caught up in the story. Don't get emotional at all in terms of your investments. Just look at the number one thing is going to be the price action. Now, if you believe because it has a good story, that it's going to do better in price, well, okay. Is that rationally, can you rationally demonstrate that? There we go. Now, waves, we just talked about it, right? We did. Okay, it's trying to break out. See how the notification on the bull flag it lets me know what it's doing, and bam, I'm right on it. And on breakout reconfirmation, can go ahead and trade this if I want to, right? Small move. It's a high probability trade or not. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to make those determinations, and I'm, never going to be overexposed. Now I get into the 1 minute, starting to see some information that is pertinent to my decision. Looking at a breakout, okay? Going through this previous line of resistance, okay? On waves, available on Binance, right? I'm going to look at this. I'm going to want this previous resistance after the breakout to essentially turn into a level of support and for it to move to the upside. Okay? I do this all day long on anything I want to that has pricing action. Okay, as you see it click up there, you see it trying to establish its support. You see that? Bam. You see what it's trying to do? This is technical analysis. This is what our group does. This is what we do. So now that would represent a departure from the market right there. All right. Now the question's going to be, what's your level of involvement? I mean, financially, and also in terms of your time. In terms of your time, because you have 100 plus or 150 other things. As you talk about, people say, well, I want to diversify my portfolio. Okay, that means you have 6 months to think about that, right? Maybe not. Why? Because what if this goes south? You have to consider, what if this goes south? I'm going to say that goes south. That's funny. But if it does go south, what else do you have on the map in terms of your other investments that can balance it out or could compound the problem? Well, I'm playing 3 of these right now. Okay, are they all perfectly positively correlated? If they are, you're just compounding a risk. So, always looking at issues like that. Always knowing it's not a simple answer. Well, I want to go get to a next trade, to another trade. I want to balance, or I want to diversify my portfolio. Okay. Are you sure that your next trade is balancing or diversifying your portfolio? Because if it has the same correlation, if they're moving in the same direction at the same time, you're just multiplying your risk. You're putting more capital at risk. You see? So this is exactly what I sent to people today that could have happened with GameStop, that I wanted to happen with GameStop. Did it happen? No, it didn't happen. Yet. Can it happen? Sure, it can still happen. It was this clearly indicated on GameStop. The difference with GameStop, it's going to require like billions of dollars, right? This is a small move. It's like, well, this is just working up the ladder here. Not a big deal. This can happen. It's still dependent potentially on the market. We'll see what it wants to do. Matic. Okay. I'm good with that, huh? If it wants to, huh? Hey, well, if it wants to. Matic can do it if it wants to, huh? Break out of an upward channel, hey, that's fine. At what level are we going to trust it, huh? That's the problem with this. It's like, well, because what happens? Well, as you start to look at whether or not you would trade this, look at this. It's interesting. You guys will learn something. Look at this. Essentially, you would get into this. Well, it's a breakout here. Well, I don't know about that. It's going to be a breakout here. You see? It starts to go up, and I might redraw this here. And well, it's just, see, it turns into an expanding channel, right? It's interesting, huh? With positive price action, there's not a conformance to, and we don't talk about that all the time. But when we look at a descending channel, or a descending line of resistance, it's giving us something easier to pop back up on top of and use as a confirmation. It's interesting, huh? Because otherwise, that's what that gives us in terms of it is expediting. As you look at the formation of a pennant, hey guys, we haven't covered this at all. This is important. The pennant formation is expediting your ability to determine whether or not you're going to break out to the upside or to the downside. Do you guys know that? It's expediting the ability to confirm that you have broken out of a formation or moving to the upside or the downside. Very interesting. Think about why that's the case. As we see this curl back up on top, you see it curl back up on top right now? Is this the most expeditious way of confirming it's going to move to the upside? Why would the pennant be faster? It's consolidating. A pennant is consolidating. It's going to show you more quickly that it's going to move to the upside, potentially, and something that people can react upon. Whereas something like this, what happens if it moves to the upside? Let's compare it to this. Let's just compare it to this. If we had gone into a pennant formation. Now, it's interesting that it's already a failed pattern. It's already a failed pennant. As we talk about which one is better and why it's better, it's already a failed pennant. Does that mean it's bad? It won't go up? Not at all. But from a classical standpoint of the application technical analysis, you see it's already failed kind of a pennant formation. Now we want to look at. You say, well, how do you get it? You're going to draw. You're going to turn it into a pennant, irrespective. You're going to want to triangulate it just to see whether or not it's got the ability to lift off. There's not much wrong with doing something like that, of making that assumption to see whether or not it's going to move. Now it's not a higher degree of probability. Excuse me. If you've got some sort of a defect in the formation, okay? I'll go ahead and say that. You guys will agree with that. But there's no harm in what we have. We have a kind of a formation here. We have kind of a pennant formation here. Triangulation, a triangulation, a channel, whatever you want to look at. The pennant's going to get you there the quickest. It's going to be the most reliable in terms of the quickest way as you look at, and this is an interesting dynamic because most of the time you're thinking, well, I may want to diversify my portfolio. We're on that discussion. Yes. As you deal with chart patterns, the most efficient thing for you to deal on to determine whether or not you're going up or going down is going to be some sort of a pennant formation. It's going to get you there more quickly, okay? This is going to get you there more quickly to determine the nature of this, the descending support, the ascending support, descending resistance. It's going to get you there more quickly than something, because it has some degree, it has a finite element to it. We can start there. Additionally, a flag formation is going to have some degree of variability where it's going to want to frustrate and become expanding or contracting. Agreed? But there's also no end in sight for a flag formation. In fact, a flag formation can completely retrace the entirety of a move and completely, essentially eliminate the possibility of capitalizing on I'd say the micro frequency, right? On the I'd say the more what would you call that? The most recent price action, the frequency with the most relevant time. What would you say? Most relevant in time, the most frequent. When I start talking too complicated, I don't want to talk too technical because people just tune out. But the most recent or the active instance of price action, it would be the price action of the immediate active instance, I would say. Most recent periodic movement. That's probably the best said right there. The most recent periodic movement. Period to period is how we would talk about these. Anything within a channel, okay, or anything that has a positive price action, let's say, or any kind of a repetitive tone to it where you would say, well, the frequency, the periodic frequency right here, it's measured between the periods, okay? These are periods right here. This is a period touch, period touch, period touch. So the frequency of the price action is measured, easy for me to say, huh? Amongst or between the periodic movements. These are periods. That's what it's technically called. You guys blame the other guys for the fact that that is just the terminology that's used. It's nice to see this move, irrespective of the periodic frequency or whatever we have to get to. But I do want to cover the fact, with a flag formation, they can just go on to, ad infinitum. It's like the brand new coin. What did we bring up? Marion, what did you bring up? Yeah, that's a good example. We just looked at this, right? Kind of enough said, huh? If that's a flag formation, would you rather have this or would you rather have this, Marion? Probably the best thing to say, huh? Well, we would prefer to know this up here. So what this does, instead of a big long flag formation or a channel formation, this, if we're able to establish this, this is going to give us kind of a finite move here that we can kind of move on and not focus on the entirety of the rest of this. If we're waiting on a flag formation to kind of break out, it's like what's quicker or more expeditious. I won't say necessarily more profitable, because you can get into kind of the variability of the price movements. Huh? You could have something that takes a longer time, but it has a bigger breakout potential. Matic is an example of one of those. But as you're pushing cash around in different ways and really trading throughout the day, looking at different opportunities, the ideal is going to be this formation, something that has a close on it, something that has it, and this will get you to that close more quickly than anything else. If it's a downward sloping flag or an upward sloping channel, something like that, it's just there's no end to it. So the pennant formation is the most ideal, and it's the most bullish too. So it's easy. Just a triangulation. I feel like we should write a chapter on that. I just feel like we that's not necessarily covered very well in the dictum or in the I think we should maybe cover that. You guys, after discussing that, sometimes we're getting to issues that are not necessarily always discussed, and I think it's good for us to discuss them. We should write a small chapter on that. Digibyte looks like it's going to break through this previous resistance just to kind of see what it's doing. It's had some positive expressions. Did it break out? Maybe. Close. Not exact. No. Not bad. Not bad, guys. You going to give it to Digibyte? I think so. What do you guys think? I think so, huh? Yeah. I think we're going to give it on the breakout, huh? Yeah. It's on the 1 minute. Confirmation, previous line of resistance used as support and a move to the upside. It becomes a trade right when you break through the most highly probable. It enters into that category of being a high probability trade when you break through the previous intermittent high, okay? So that turns into a higher probability trade. Yes, it does. And you have some variability here. Just practicing on our pattern recognition on the delivery of the scope of information which could be required or could be employed or deployed in terms of ability to trade. I mean, you pick up 3 to 5 trades on a day. Cool, huh? You picked up 10? Whoa. 10 positive trades in one day? Nice day, huh? Nice day. You got 10 positive trades in a minute? Nice. Nice. What'd you do after that? I went surfing the rest of the day. Nice, nice, nice. 10 positive trades in a minute. Nice. Good. That's good. Some people do that all just bam, 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 bam. You're in and out in seconds, right? So Digibyte will let's set up some indicators here. I just want to know when it moves. And DIA, what's DIA doing? Not much of anything, huh? Just chilling out. It's looking like it wants to a little bit. Just let me know when you're ready. Let's see on the DIA. Be interested to know what you guys are, I know some of your holdings and what you're looking at. I don't know how many people ran it through the roof on Matic. I know Lars did. Lars is just solid. And Lars, you learn the price action too doing that, and she'll tell you is, when we talk about price action, Matic has it. And she's reinforcing that with her trades. It's nice to see. BTC. All right. Bitcoin kind of moving up, huh? Let's look at the last day. What has it done? Yeah. All right. Let's look at the 6 month. But decides to rifle down by what is my date? The 10th, 11th? Yeah. The 9th, 10th, 11th is a low spot. It could hammer down. It just could, based upon the previous incidents of the lows. There's a contraindication, which is okay. It may have already reached its pivot point. It could, believe it or not, it could have. It could have. Technically, it would be within conformance. I have to go ahead and state that. Believe it or not, technically, and I'll always say, well, technically speaking, and technically is one thing. When you look at whether or not you'd still have backup resource cache, you betcha, right? Because the fallout scenario, as you look at the logic behind, well, technically that's fine, but technically is not going to refill back up my bank account. So, excuse me. Nice move. Digibyte. That's nice, huh? That works. That's a good breakout, huh? Good breakout. We've been playing on Digibyte. That works. Not bad. Yeah, see that move, huh? That's good. A little bit of price action. Not too heavy, not anything drastic. A couple of percentage points here and there. Moving in, moving out. Watching it, doing your trades. Watching it go positive. Watching the breakout of the channel. It's nice. The move up, we established on this one. We did say, are you going to give it to it? Yeah, we went down to the 1 minute. Like, yeah, we'll give it to it. We just had that discussion. That's what we did with Digibyte, right? Yeah. So now it's moving, right? That's good. We're not the only one to pick up on it. On a day like this in the red, I'd say that's interesting, huh? A lot of people looking at that. Waves also moving. So where's your target? What are you doing? All right, well, we like Digibyte. We like seeing a technical chart formation move. Now we've got another one here with waves. Look like on the 1 minute, we'd probably give this to waves, wouldn't we? Kind of pulled out more or less out of a consolidated pattern. Yeah. Everybody's like, this is what we like, huh? A little price action, a little movement to the upside, something, huh? Let's go ahead. We probably want to differentiate and look at a different time frame on this. Just kind of say hello to it, right? You guys have trailing stops, different things like that. Trailing stop, right? You say, I don't want to get too technical on you guys. Let's do an indicator here. Just did something that I don't always show people, but it's an example like this where you can have kind of a hidden indicator even for yourself or anyone else that's kind of, working around and, okay, we're just paying attention. We're not really part of the group. Okay. Well, not really a part of the group, just kind of paying attention. There's my alert line, right? Yeah, that's my alert. Okay, good. Now watch it. Oh, yeah. I see how that works, right? Yeah. So there's stuff like that all over this deal. If you're not a member, I recommend that you join us. Why? Because, the guys in the VIP and the girls in the VIP, they get all the good stuff. That's just it. And we kind of know they belong and they're good people. They're willing to invest in themselves and support the community of traders. It's important, like, surfers or, skateboarders or, politicians or anything else. They want to support the community. So, yeah, that's what we try and do also. Is I try and support them, and I work very hard. You guys know that I put in the sweat equity without a doubt. Word. Got to put in that sweat equity, right? XLM, that is so nice of you. Look at you, huh? Just behaving like a nice little profit-bound critter there. There you go. That's good to see. I like that. Good job. Not a whole lot to argue with on that front. Not really excited about the chart formation, I got to tell you that. But DIA, we told you we were waiting. Excuse me. So now DIA is moving. Looks like it's wanting to move. Another breakout on DIA. All right. Now KSM is moving. I'm going to set up my DIA. I've got this here. I want to know if we frustrate out to here at all. And we just got notification on what was that? KSM. So now I'm working on KSM. Let's see where we're at. KSM, which is one of my back doors. I'll bring up my back door. There we go on KSM. Not everything that I have that is alerting is on the screen. So there we go. KSM breaking out well. Boom, boom. Flag formation. I had set this up previously just because it looked like it, and you guys will see the clear break through the resistance. And a touch back down to the line that has now become a support. And we're looking for a just standardized, plain Jane vanilla, right? It has gotten to that point, and the more you guys are a part of this group, you will see that this is going to become really easy and fun for you guys. Not a big move, 8-9%. Looks like a good little move. May want to stutter step in throughout that, but it's been a good little mover. KSM. Hot dogging it a little bit, isn't it? That's okay, huh? It is hot dogging it. It's just because it has nice, if I say that, it has nice technical pattern conformance, right? Like, to me, that's hot dogging it. You'd be like, well, it's going up in price. No, it's just nice technical conformance. That's it. It's acting like a little technical hot dog, right? Just a little stud muffin that it is, huh? It's not just positive price action. It's the way that it's getting there. So that's nice so far. Can it break down? Absolutely. At any point in time, 100% it could, huh? Literally, it could go to zero. For some reason, it could literally, someone pull the plug on KSM, it goes to zero. Right now, it's at 6%. I like that. In terms of the overall market, that's a good dynamic. We were kind of set up well with that. Waves, XLM. Let's see what we got. What do we got? James Bond in the house. Kuda, what's up, brother? Looks like Doge may follow Matic carbon footprint all day long. What's up? What do you got, Farouk? Hey, Farouk, what's up? Different language, see. Very cool. Hey, what's up, Kuda? I just gave everybody a shout-out to a different computer, huh? Trexler Technik, engineered in Germany. Wanted to bring this up to you. If you don't have one out and you're out there, I would highly recommend picking one up, bro. You will enjoy it. I know you're a technical kind of guy. Very solid computer. Someone was asking what computer to put together. It's a nice computer. I think you'll like it. Trexler Technik. You can scroll up in the deal there and find. I'm gonna let people know about that today because I've had a great experience with their computers. I studied intelligence on it, and it really performed well. And I got into doing some market analytics, and it did well. It's a very accurate machine. Machina. So as we look at XLM, potential for breakout on the minute. No, it's doing something. I'm not going to draw that. It's not the KSM of the day, huh? No, it's not really hot dogging it like that. Let's see. All right. Kuda, it's so great to have you back from vacation. We appreciate having you back. You are one of our superstars. Cool, brother. Zaliki. What is that? Zaliki? I have no idea what that is. That's a nice, a lot of coins, a lot of investments, just in a nice positive expression in terms of price. No problem. TRX. Let's look at TRX. About the same total. Okay, Theta. Theta's doing pretty well vis-a-vis the others. No problem. Make sure we have good. I want to set up some differential markers on these just because it'll help us later on in the day. STMX, nothing real different there. Reef, nothing real different there. I don't see too much of an indication, but you let me know if you move too much because I want to measure you in comparison to the others. There we go. There we go. Not necessarily like, none of this is like necessarily intuitive, but it's all like, it's all okay, right? It's all something that can be dealt with. OXTUSD. Let's see what we got. Yeah, you had a lot of fans on the guitar. Coulda. Garland, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Garland. Our futures technical trader, Garland, in the house. Very nice to have you. Welcome, sir. Welcome. We had a nice discussion about Donald Trump's characterizing Bitcoin as a scam, and I kind of tended to agree when, just some of the people involved in the market. I talked about El Salvador and the fact that I'm not a big fan of transnational organized crime. I'm just not. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone is, but El Salvador just came out with that. I think it's a good challenge to the market. Like, what are they doing? People talk about solving world hunger. They talk about, providing water to everyone in Africa. They talk about all types of things. So that's important as we look at like what is Bitcoin really doing? Are they just going to talk about these things, and all of a sudden now we have a safe haven, a tax refuge, and in a transnational organized criminal kind of place? I don't know. Doge moving up, says our CEO. Yes, CEO. Thank you for. She is now officially. She has earned the title. It's the truth, huh? I appreciate having you here to bring us all back into focus. Thank you. Our CEO has literally chimed in and let us know that Doge is moving up. That is phenomenally well done. There's a reason she's the CEO. So, bravo, bravo, nicely done, nicely done. A little bit of a rocket action for our CEO, bringing us back into the scope of things. Very nice. Let's see what we have. So, Digibyte moving up, BTT moving up. A lot is moving up right now. It's good, huh? ADA, we're going to keep an eye on ADA, huh? That's the information they stole from me and put on a channel with whatever, 40 or 50,000 people. That's okay. I don't mind that. I like to keep things kind of small, right? Just to kind of relax, you know? Keep things amongst friends, you know? I just worry when people take an idea and they run with it and they don't know the specifics behind it. Like, yeah. Like, that's part of the reason why things turn into a scam with, you know, people selling Bitcoin at 65,000. It's like, well, yeah. Or 60,000. Maybe it wasn't a scam if you bought at 60 and sold at 64. But I didn't hear that I didn't hear that told to everyone. I mean, I didn't hear that we're supposed to buy it low and sell it high. Oh, that's a little different, huh? So ADA. Well, we're above all that stuff. We don't have to worry about people stealing our ideas. It's a good enough idea. Everyone should come around eventually to our idea, right? If they do it quickly or they take a while, that's fine. Let's look at Adam. Adam moving. Whatever's moving, we're going to set up some indicators on it because it is moving. And that's important as the prices start to fluctuate, etc. We want to know more or less what's moving within what time frame. BCH is moving even. Well, if BCH is moving, Bitcoin Cash, everything should be moving, huh? It's nice to see this because we're at a level in the RSI. I was talking with Andrew last night. It just seemed like we're on a level with the RSI that things could kind of, you know, jostle around a little bit. So we've redone the look of the channel a little bit today, just to be a little less, you know, flashing and sparkling, different stuff. Now I go into outer space. Like, let's go into the, you know, what are you looking at? You're looking at a galaxy. What is that galaxy? What are the principles of the growth of that galaxy? Fibonacci. Okay, the entire pattern of the growth of that galaxy through its entire life cycle. Through its entire life cycle, from birth to death of that galaxy, is based on Fibonacci. So it's probably going to work for our crypto coin pricing. I would say it's probably going to work for the crypto coin pricing. Yep. Pretty cool stuff, huh? Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool group. Very capable group. What is this? ATA? Is this the newer one? Yeah, it is the newer one. Yeah, don't get me caught up looking at you, ATA. I gotta be careful. I gotta write that. I'm writing careful new coin on ATA. Okay, when I look at it and I scroll through, I want careful new coin. Right? It doesn't have a big track record on Binance. Just let myself know that. So a lot of these had some good price action. AMC, what are you going to do, huh? You going to show me up, AMC? You going to refuse to perform technically? I would appreciate you getting some legs to the upside. A movement on a price chart is called a leg. A leg down, a leg up. All right? So ADA just completed a leg up, or is in the process of completing a leg up. Like this would be a leg up, right? Another leg up, leg up. Ave looked really good the other day. We had some interesting things to talk about on it. Hasn't done bad. A lot of what we're looking at as we set alerts is, yes, price action, but we also want to know if and when something departs, okay? There's a departure between the coin we're looking at and, let's say, the entirety of the market, right? Then will it, it has a different technical expression potentially? I mean, it seems like a lot of work to go through. You have to say, well, it does seem like a lot of work to go through, right? What if you only have 2 down months in 60 months? In 5 years, what if you only have 2 down months? How do you think you can get to that point? Probably by, you have to love the market, first of all. You really have to enjoy the market. That's just kind of be second nature to you at some point, At least, you don't mind spending a lot of time with it. It's just kind of what you're built for, right? A lot of you guys are just, hey, some people want to play golf all day long. I hit a Happy Gilmore shot. I ran up to a golf ball. I hit a Happy Gilmore shot over the top of the driving range fence that was like 350 or 400 yards at Pinehurst. I just decided to do a Happy Gilmore shot. I shot it out, completely out over into the woods, everything else. And the guy, he comes up to me, the pro, he's like, if you do that again, I'll give you some money. It's like, that didn't happen here. I was like, well, it was just like the movie Happy Gilmore, but I just decided to do one. It was funny. So anyway, if you guys play golf, that's my story for golf. I know what a handicap is. I have some family that is very proficient in golf. Very proficient, like a pro level almost. Believe it or not, like a pro. Yeah. I like when people coach me and school me on golf. Well, you don't even know how to talk about golf. Oh, well, that's okay. That's all right. It's probably intentional. Now, I like Ken because Ken is moving. Ken is on the march right now. Oh, yeah. It's showing 5%. It's done well. You guys looking at Ken? Not too shabby. Ken's doing well. Well, we'd like to see it express itself within a pattern formation, right? Some sort of pattern. Give me a pattern to work with. Because right now you're just like, you're in price discovery, and that could be a little dangerous, right? You could reset at any point in time, right? So show me some kind of formation. It's going to break out again to the upside. That's, a momentum trade. It becomes kind of like, well, you kind of start thinking about it. I'm not really sure I should be doing this. I don't know, Ken. You're doing. It looks like you have a good expression on the price. Show that on FTX right now, Ken. IOTA. We just looked at IOTA, doing well. All right. Where's it at? It's up at about 5%. That's getting to the point. Maybe it's going to have some sort of a dynamic to it. Maybe it's trying to break out of this flag formation. You guys think maybe it's trying to express itself, something like that? Maybe it'll try and do a breakout. We'll have a little bit of a measured move that we can say, all right, we either do or don't want to get involved in this. If we can plant down on here and move to the upside, maybe we want to do that. If that's 5-6%, maybe that fits our profile. Maybe you guys already know IOTA. Maybe you already know that. What is this song? So, the galaxy formation. You see your pictures there. It's a pleasure to have all of you guys. Just all of you. Someone got stressed out. I felt bad. Someone got stressed out. They were too stressed out to do the trades or something. I was like, oh, man. It's like, I don't want that. I don't want anyone to be stressed out. When I understand when the prices go down, it's it's thrilling, right? People get stressed out when they're over-involved financially. When you're over-involved financially, it's easy to get stressed out. Yeah. That's the one thing. It'll do that to you when you feel like you have to make money and everything. The whole world the whole world depends on it. We don't want that. Just keep it easy, keep it light, keep it fun, right? You can still make great money. You can still do good things. You can still achieve returns, right? But, it's not the whole, it's not the ranch. What about the ranch? You got to be able to relax. You got to be able to enjoy it. Technical chart patterns, formations, calculated moves are they're going to have a degree of probability. You're going to be able to measure that, like on IOTA, right? You're going to be able to measure that. Absolutely. It's not going to be a guessing game. Even if your strategy is working or not working, you're going to be able to, kind of measure that, right? If it's not working, what's not working about it? I tell people to write down what your biggest problems are in the market. Just write it down. Put it in front of you. That's your problem. I work on fixing those with people, right? And when they can't fix them, I know whether or not they're telling me that they fixed it or not. And I can tell. You guys can know what to tell. It's like, Digibite, back up. All right, good. See, now I set a threshold here because I want to be notified essentially at a point in time when this has reached a lateral. See, laterally, I want to know why, because I want to see if it's going to formulate some sort of a pattern here. It formulated this. Now it's going sideways. I want to know if it's going to formulate some sort of a pattern here. Now I'll redraw based on something like this, right? Interesting. Just different technique in terms of notifications, not always vertical. Cool? Yeah, cool. Sometimes I'll draw it in laterally to give me an update on the chart formation. That's pretty cool. That's like you asking someone to watch. If you wouldn't mind, can you watch, say, 20 or 30 of these coins and just let me know when the chart formation, when it's formed a pattern that we can look at? Huh? Would you mind watching 20 or 30 of these? Okay, well, I need you to watch 100 or 120 of these. Let me know if and when a chart formation comes up. Would you? No problem? Okay, great. I appreciate that. They'd be like, what? Honestly, that's what you can do in terms of, and not all the time. It has to be within it's going to be cyclical, right? It's going to be cyclical. So, yeah, that's nice. That works, huh? Yeah. You guys got that, huh? Yep. Just using technology. All right, so now we've got a little more conservative with it. That's on Digibyte. KSM. KSM I've got scheduled up at top to let me know when it gets there, right? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. If it wants to get there. If it doesn't, that's fine. It'll let me know when it gets back down a bit. Okay, we see a fall off on waves. We start to think to look to different indicators. We just reached a hidden bullish indicator. It's not necessarily good because it's a hidden bullish indicator. On the 1 minute, let's go to the hourly real quickly. Now we're on the bull here. Yeah, slightly, huh? That's a nice little move, huh? So it's gonna find itself. Waves. It's all right. Turning into that this channel formation. I like that a lot more than the triangulation. I can deal with a channel. Measured moves in a channel I can definitely deal with it. Nice landing zone, huh? You got to say, huh? For the entirety of the expression of the price that we're looking at. All of this huge upside, right? And a lot of people were a part of different, I mean, you guys have done well. Like a lot of you have done well, right? Congratulations. You've been a part of a lot of these, huh? That's fun. It's profitable. So it's also profitable to focus in and hone on. It's just like, this is kind of like you kind of got to do this, right? It's, you can just hop in if you want to and I just want to be in this phase. You can. I mean, because you retrace for a longer period of time typically than this period of time, you may be involved in more profits along your retracements. It's an interesting notion, huh? We can look back on BTC to explore that and to see, where's Doge? Our CEO brought up Doge. We still up, CEO? What's up? What is going on? What do we got? Let's see. Oops. There we go. I want to see Doge taking off. Adam. Let's see what we got. Ooh. Everyone on AMC, just so you know, on the on the stock is like, do what? Like, what's the price right now? It's 0%. It's moved up 0.09%. It's like, yeah, someone's just got got a chokehold on it. ADA. Not a bad looking chart, but I know what I need to see ADA do. DGB, DIA, Doge, all similar. DGB just hit again. All right, DGB looking like it wants to maybe break out. If it can, huh? Or it just contacted and wants to move back down within this pattern formation. Let's see. That's nice. It's a view of the 30 seconds, okay? We'll start getting down into some tighter frameworks. It's the 30-second framework, DGB. There we go. Really allowing us to see if and how this wants to break out so you guys can just plug into. We're looking at Trading View. You guys, the Trading View pros, you see their picture there at the bottom right. Those are our VIPs. Is that AJ right there? I think it's AJ. What's up, AJ? Always requiring on a breakout what? We need a breakout. We need a confirmation, right? And a move to the upside. Those are the highest degree probability trades that we have. You'll get a sense of the market as well in terms of the overall confluence. Okay, confluence like an overlap or what would you say? Confluence or a correlation, you could say, or a confluence. Confluence is like overlap, right? Like with waves. Well, what would you do now if you got in or you stopped out? I don't know. See, in terms of confluence right now, you would draw this up on your Fibonacci. Be like, well, how do I know that's right? Well, it kind of seems like it's hit the first line of the expression of its 23.6. That red zone, it's fully accomplished that within its pricing, its demonstrated pricing activity, okay? It's hit right along the line chart. So that tells me probably where I drew this Fibonacci is correct. That I can play that Fibonacci if I want to and double or triple down. It just takes not much time. You know, pre-calculated kind of spreadsheet, no problem. Or just, orders in at price, tier 1, tier 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I just deploy, bam, no problem. Move forward. Always prepared for like I've looked at waves before, am I prepared to really invest in the lower macro fib levels, right? How much cash am I using at this level as opposed to, I mean, is it comfortable for me just to, enjoy the trading? No problem. Does it have the price action that I necessarily want to? Absolutely. I want to be a part of it at that level. Even at the lower levels, I just carry it down. It's not a problem. Can I just enjoy investing like that? Well, yeah, I'm just going to carry this down because it's, it has impressed a few times, right? And it may continue to impress, right? So it's a matter of preference. You have the ability to trade however you want to. We can get wrapped up in one coin and be sold on the dynamics of it, become like kind of emotionally tied to it somehow, or we can enjoy the market, enjoy trading, enjoy our trades. And that's a nice thing to be able to enjoy your trades. Let's see what we got. A pup. Oh, Robert Garcia Skywalker's in the house. I assume most Doge people have dogs. I don't know that. KSM's up about 8%. That's nice. I'd like to see it get a little bit further in the green. Got indicators set up. %. Not bad. Doge. So good. Bitcoin's up on the day. I don't know. I got to say, with Trump, he may have killed Bitcoin, huh? He may not have told everybody that he said that, and he tried to kill it, then went out and bought it. So anyway, I was a former advisor for President Trump. I would never say anything like that could be possible, but I don't know, People who've been around politics for a while, they'd be like, that's actually probably exactly what happened. No, he just told people that. He went and bought it. Not that he would do that, right? Yeah. It just becomes funny. It's like, you get in different discussions with whatever it may be on the news or otherwise. You're looking at like, they did? You mean the Russians stole our entire nuclear blueprints and arsenal? Oh my gosh. You start to just understand, like, it's on the news. You understand, like, whatever's on the news is like, did I believe it the first time or the millionth time, or did disbelieved it the first time or the millionth time? I'm just so impervious to news and everything else. But when, countries make moves, it becomes important, right? When countries officially designate and make moves. Let me see this music. If anyone has a curated music list, that would be great. This funky music, huh? Going back to high stakes. I have to go back to high stakes. What is this? That's smooth. That's right. Yeah, Robert Garcia's on my mind right now. I don't know why. Garcia. Hector. I see Hector. What's up, Hector? But yeah, Robert Garcia's on my mind. I want to know how he is. Oh. Let's see what we got. Doge. Got an interesting kind of update here on the Doge. Interesting. Let's see what we have on the Doge. All right, Doge. Doge flirting with success, huh? Ken, I have to bring this up. Ken was one that Sir Charles brought to me. He's a new VIP. He brought that to me the other day. It's consistently done well. Got to shout out and say, hey, Charles. He had a $5,000 day his first day. Nice, right? $5,000 his first day. That's nice. So he may have some hot hands, huh? cute kiddo too. I gotta say, he's got family that was barbecuing. He shows this little cute kiddo, and I'm like, what the heck are you doing? I was like, Charles, you seem like a rock and roller. I'm like, yeah, you got, just beautiful kids all over the house, having a great life, it looks like. So, yeah, Kin has moved into the green, huh? It's on FTX, by the way. IOTA. Let's look back into. All right, let me move back into going down in the 15-second. Ooh, look at that, huh? You want a confirmation, huh? Just scrubbing the top of that, huh? You don't see that all the time, do you? Just interesting, huh? I guess it's formulating another pattern. You'd like to just see it more aggressively than that. It's the variance. It's the variability of the market, right? Everything has variability. What is one doing? All right. DIA. We'll go back to DIA in 2 seconds. Let's shroud around that, and let's look at the DIA. Oh, not what we wanted to see. Yet at the same time, it's expressing positivity, right? Interesting. Just interesting. I'll tighten up the reins on this a little bit. So the highest probability trades, when we get into something and we say this is just textbook, it's a textbook application. You may get involved in a trade every day or 2 trades. I book 2 trades. You may do 1 trade every 2 or 3 days. That a high level of probability, a high level, right? While you're learning and you're doing things, or you're really, you don't want to just jump all in with the guys who jump all in with cash. They're the guys that probably either know what they're doing or they're going to have a problem, right? So as you're learning, and you're putting these skills to use, just lightly kind of treading along in the beginning, is really nice. Just booking those positive trades. Once you get between 5 and 10, right? You get like 10 and, all of a sudden you'll start asking yourself and I'll start asking you, well, could you see yourself doing this with a larger amount of money? Yeah. You'll be like, maybe. Yeah. I think I could. And it kind of takes that level of consistency to where you think and it's even a reasonable question. You just logged 10 or 20 or 35 trades. Do you think you could do this with a larger amount of money? And if you've been doing things, technically in a technical manner, then yeah, maybe that makes sense to ask that question. And you might have some different people asking you that question. You may not have to ask yourself that question, which is nice. I could do this with a larger amount of money. By then you'll know that. And it wouldn't be that, the brokerage house wants to hire me now. No, you won't have to ask yourself that. Could I do this with a larger amount of money? You'll book enough positive trades to where you'll get it, and it'll be it'll just be kind of a natural outflowing of kind of what's going on. Nothing wrong with that. Nice to see that turn, huh? We draw the line and it turns, just bam, huh? There you go. That's good. Way to go, Doge, huh? That was a nice turn. Don't do that, Doge. We compliment you. You want to go the other direction. Eh? Bad dog. Get back. Good job. It could change. 6 to 7 times out of 10, it might change. So when it's nice to see when it wants to conform technically, because Doge has not always been the most technically fluent, I would say, in terms of its behavior, conformance of its behavior. Nice price action, though. It's nice to see price action. Nice to see something move. And we did, just a reminder, we redid, go to IOTA is signaling us up. We did redo the channel today because that galaxy, right? We can kind of say, huh, well, Trump, he killed Bitcoin, huh? Well, he think, huh, the whole thing's gone, huh? The whole thing's over, huh? It's all over. Well, Fibonacci's, huh? Growth pattern, cycles, huh? It's just the truth. See that galaxy there is governed by Fibonacci's. Fibonacci. Time sequences. Also, timing can go by Fibonacci's. BTT. ADA is still positive. Audio, BCH, BTT, DGB, Doge, IOTA, KIN, Theta, T-Rex. That wants another move to the upside. TRX wants another move. The Binance coin. DIA. All right. It's wanting to prove to us some sort of conformance with the technicals. I will be happy if this wants to fully express itself. It would just be nice to see this after the frustration and the slow move to the upside because, you know, it doesn't have to, but that would be a nice move up. Just a nice indication. In terms of probability, I wouldn't hedge into it, even necessarily given a contraindication. I would not hedge into it, even necessarily given a contraindication. I would want to fully explore whether or not I would get involved in something that looked like this, just a continual, gradual build up. I would want to know the price. You guys understand that you wouldn't want to hedge into it, even with a contraindication. I mean, you know. See what keeps doing. Let's see what we have. Torchu Bronc. DGB again, man. What do you got going on, DGB? Timing, What is this? Yeah, that's nice. All right, DGB has been interesting. What's on the move, huh? IOTA. KSM again, huh? It's about 8% up. We're waiting for you to really move, KSM. All right. I can deal with that a little bit better. Oh, I like this song. It's nice. Good, we got a song. Nice. Smooth. We can deal with that, can't we, huh? Looks like we might be able to. Now, what are the odds on this? See, I like that a lot better than what we were just looking at with the solid channel, like, upward diagonal channel. Yeah, no. Show me something with some technical conformance, something that has pattern breakouts that I know people are kind of trading it, rather than maybe just a slow chug of a accumulation by, I try and steer away from anything that looks like it might be a programmed buy, believe it or not, because it can be great for a while, and then if you have a programmed kind of institutional player, they can completely just rip through any technical you're working on. It's not necessarily fun, if you're. I don't like to program in with program trading necessarily. Let me say that. I'd rather feel like I'm trading with the market, with the participants in the market. I try and, I don't know. That's enough stuff. So KSM has been interesting to look at today. We set these up on Saturday. Anyone wants to say, well, that's just easy. That's, no. It is if you like it. It's easier to do this and probably not do it, right? It's going to bother you if you don't do it. Yeah, I got to know what's going on with I need to know what that price action is, right? So, but intuitively, either easy in terms of the actual application of the skills or in terms of the amount of time and dedication? Probably neither, huh? Probably easily said that, people are a different group or something would want to do that, but we spend the time, huh? Yeah. You guys know that, huh? You're not going to get away, it's going to be difficult to beat us on our investment in time. And it's fun because we love the market, right? It's cool. It's a good thing. Just realized we had things on mute. Daniel, I brought you up. Wanted to say hello. Love the explosives, dog. Great to have you. Just muted the microphone. I needed a sip of coffee, so I muted it. Was going to bring up the fact. Last night, I did a video on the IC3. If you're ever targeted or anything online with anyone, just know that the IC3 is where you bring all that information to. So I wanted to, bring that to the community because Anonymous was targeting Elon. You guys ever feel, targeted like that? I want you to communicate with the IC3, the FBI. Woo. Ooh, look at that, huh? Nice price action, huh? I did not want to break out of that, huh? People taking profits on that. That was a nice move, huh? Nice move. What's this percentage here? 1.5%. People trading this, huh? It would appear so, huh? Don't you think? That's a nice little measured move category, depending on your spread, wherever you got your spread at. Interesting. We'll continue to wait and see what Digibyte. Just DGB, just price action. Never, I'm never emotional about what I invest in. I'm just not, you know. IOTA. Matic moving back to the upside. That doesn't mean you don't get excited when your trades work out. You know? Well, look at that, huh? That sure is nice. What's Matic doing right now? Since our entry into the trade, oh my gosh. Look at that, guys. That's up 15%. That's a nice trade on multiple levels of double down. Multiple levels of double down. Double down, triple down. I put a lot of lines on that one. A lot of lines in Matic. It had the price action. It has the fundamentals. It has the development team to the use case to everything. It's you know, yeah, nicely done. Nice trades happening on Matic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, onto the 8th level down, I'd say. More or less of a kind of double down style theory. Not bad. Let's see what we got. And there's just a reason that I hone in on different financial issues. The reason I brought it to you guys at 78 cents when I thought it was indicated in terms of the overall kind of potential of return on it. So it was highly indicated. A big return was highly indicated. Good price action was definitely indicated. They didn't want to give up. So that's a good 15% since our exact targeted strike, huh? There's laser focus, just bam. Look at that. That's nice, huh? That's a testament to what we're doing, huh? Yeah, it's a validation, a verification of what we're doing, huh? If you look at your screen right now, that's very interesting, isn't it? People wouldn't know what you're looking at right there. That's a pricing target, huh? Yeah, pricing target. What's that? That's profit. That's nice. That's the story of our trade. Nicely done, huh? Yeah. I trust people picked up on that, right? TRX, especially Matic. I'm not going to be able to stop people from trading on that. TRX breaking. Breaking not too much. It's okay. We'll let that develop. How's old Litecoin doing? Got some buddies of mine in Litecoin. Told them to throw it in cold storage and chill out. You can do it. They wanted to know where's it going, what's it doing. Like, man, put it in cold storage, relax. Enjoy your life. That wasn't advice to them. It was just, kind of one of those deals. Like, don't spend more time worrying about your investment than you could spend just, waves. Waves, T-Rex, Digibyte. Hold on. Waves, T-Rex, Digibyte. Let's get into that. Waves. All right, waves breaking down, no problem. Getting into the fibs. It's fine. T-Rex. Same, no problem. And Digibyte. So we had 3 of those at once. No problem. And this was a time, okay, so we see Digibyte holding steady amidst waves and T-Rex, right? That's important. You see, it was nice for us to set this indicator here showing a strength of Digibyte in comparison to some other coins. You guys just pick up on that? The other 2, and now it's fallen through. Yeah, never mind. It has not done that. Lead indicators? Not sure. Very interesting. Slight delay. Well, you got to make sure your pricing's on target, huh? What do you guys think? Whew, you make correlative issues like that. Okay, so LTC's coming up. If you do a precursor on a strength position, this and that, and wow, that's getting there, huh? Interesting. Is it going to hold this channel? I hope so. If you're 20 or 30 seconds ahead on what you're timing, your discussions are interesting for me, I'll tell you that. Where are we back on LTC? If you're picking things up in order as they're happening, boom, 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 that's nice. Where we got LTC. Okay, seeing a generalized breakdown. AMC, that's so funny. AMC's just sat there. It's just sat there. I mean, just absolutely sat there. It's funny to me. Because I brought it up because it was technically indicated, like, well, it could be like this really huge, like $100,000 million trade. And everyone's excited about it. Like, it's going to, it's going wherever it's going. But it's just like, it could. See what it wants to do. Not worth too awful much of our time. Worth some of our time. It's nice to believe that this is all just kind of pushing sideways for a bit, huh? What's up, Mike, in the house? Nice to see you. Good to have you here. Good to have you back. Mike, we have the galaxy in the background for you guys, for you traders, so that you know. The Fibonacci's, right? Even, govern, galactical growth. Literally, spinning the nature of the galaxy, etc. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. BTT. In the positive. We'll tighten this up a little bit on BTT. Take a little look. Just kind of hopping around today, working on technique, kind of getting to know the price action. We want to be prepared, right? Always for positive trades today, and to kind of review things, kind of go through things like correlation, things like measured moves, things, all different types of strategies, techniques. Just spend time with the market. Daniel in the house, Kuda in the house, Andrew in the house. I love Andrew's comment. That's funny. Daniel Nordine. All right. So between Harmony 1, NMR. Let's look at NMR. What's NMR doing? We have some pricing targets there. Yes, we did. So we exactly hit our pricing target there, but it hasn't done a whole lot. It's a nice targeted strike, irrespective of the overall degree of the move. We're glad that occurred. Haven't brought that up. That's nice. Precise. That's pretty precise. And that's we hit the focal, right? Nicely done, huh? Not bad. About 10% move on NMR. You guys in the chat, you know, etc. Been like, I'm focused on NMR, right? Yeah, you guys got that the other day. So that's nice. Because of this, you want to know why am I focused on it? Because of this, like targeted strike, bam, and we have move of about 10% on it, right? So yeah, that's worth looking at on a day when things are kind of in flux. Not bad. What about Neo? Just look at Neo. I haven't looked at it too much. Was that Trias? All right, Trias, where are you at? Trias is off the map. It's one of my backdoor. Trias is a KuCoin kind of cat. All right. KSM doing well still, huh? Let's see what we got. LTC is on the map next. It might, this might want to be moving, huh? KSM might be wanting to move. It's a nice looking chart, huh? That's a nice looking chart. Not bad, huh? You guys who know your charts, that's a nice chart. Just some differentiated lines. These are some of these are just alerts, waves, wanting to take off. Nice. Alert coming in handy. It's going to let me know if it's triangulating or not. Was it LTC that just popped up? Yeah, okay, so LTC and what did we just hit? Waves? Was it? Waves and LTC just lit up at the same time, right? That's good for us to know. Waves. Look at the difference between waves, the move up it just did is kind of a mixed retracement. Waves moved up in the midst of a retracement, trying to express some sort of a pattern. LTC, on the other hand, moved within, I'd say, a better, still a little frustrated, but within a better pattern expression, right? A little bit better of a pattern expression than waves. So making those differentiations, making those, yeah, those distinctions. Definitely. Let's see what we got. You guys let me know, hit the chat and let me know which coins you're in, which investments you're in. I'd like to know what you're looking at as we look at DOGE and everything else. What's on the map? Looks like it may want to try and reset there and form a breakout and confirmation. Let's see if it wants to. That's LTC. Know some people that like that to form. on the 1 minute chart. So this shouldn't take long to set and move if it's positively indicated. What's Ocean doing? Let's take a look at Ocean. Between 52 and 57 cents, not doing a lot. We're going to just get it into the mix and make sure that we're going to stay on top of it along with everything else. We haven't paid too much attention to Ocean. We'll just take a look at it. Matic is in the green again. It's good to see. I like that. After that targeted strike, this is great. That's a nice trade. I like that. For people who believe in Matic. That's nice. People do. It's actually being used. Yeah. A lot of things are being used. A lot of things have potential. You know, if it drops off the radar tomorrow, it will not bother me at all. Literally, just that's fine. No problem. And doing well. KSM wanting to make some it'll make some noise if it gets up above 8 or 9%. It's done that a few times. That's looking like it can right there, huh? Y'all see that, huh? That's pretty indicative of the fact that it wants to do something, huh? Do you guys agree? Why is that? Because we have at least the trappings, the original trappings of kind of a pennant formation. A lot of those will break to the upside. It's indicative of anytime you see that support, increasing line of support, decreasing line of resistance, it's indicative of a bullish pattern, right? Oh, dudes, have I showed you? I don't think I've showed you. Oh, man, this is, well, I think you saw it last night. Never mind. I think you saw it last night. You guys want to see one of your new intros? You guys want to see that? Shout out in the comments. Shout out in the chat if you want to see something. And make sure you're watching, huh? Take care, Bond. Take care, Bond. Oh, the Underdoge wants to see it now. Underdoge, you're gonna love this, huh? It's gonna require a little bit more music. You ready for this? Let's see what you need, bro. Here we go. Now, we'll get some music together and check this out. Yeah. Copy that. All right, so that is done, and we're back to the price action, and we have liftoff with KSM right in line. KSM lifting off, perfect. Back to Digibyte. What do you think, huh? What do you think, Mr. Doge? I'll call you Mr. Doge, the under Doge, Mr. Doge. Lars in the house. All right, DGB, KSM. Thank you guys. I'm glad you like it. I mean, I can do some, I can request some, yeah, it's nice, huh? Under DOGE, it's just nice, huh? It's different, huh? We have some different formulations like that we're kind of, experimenting with. Keep it fresh, Thanks, Bond. Appreciate it. When a lot of you are looking at the group that we have 100 VIPs right now. They're looking at like trading full time. They want to trade, So we have to put together some frameworks for them to be able to enjoy the process. It's important, huh? It's not all a hype machine. I can handle hype, maybe once or twice a day I can get into it, but like all day, it's like, I want to make sure I catch the top of the market, right? I want to get that 100x. Everyone else, they want to hype it up, and they wind up losing 50% of the value of their account. Well, no. Pass. And it's okay. I mean, it's okay if it's just a lot of money to sit there and discuss with people that, well, you have to be honest with them. I lost, did you lose 50% of the value of your account? Well, me? No. Right? I always have backup reserve cash. I enjoy trading. I don't want to get washed out, and I don't want to have discussions with people that I have to tell you I lost, I only lost 50% of how much I put $200,000. Oh my gosh. It just turns into a nightmare, right? I'm not going to have that discussion with anybody. That's not going to happen. So, anyway. What is this? Come around. That's kind of peaceful. Work. I think rap music. I don't need rap music. Fun music. Let's see what we have on good music. Yeah, what do we got? There we go. All right, market. Tell us what you're going to do. KSM looking strong. Just slowly building, huh? Now looking like it wants to reconfirm again, huh? Off the 1 minute. Coming back for that confirmation, huh? You guys think it's gonna get it on KSM? Posiblemente, possibly, huh? Under DOGE, where are you from, huh? I appreciate you chatting, saying something in the chats. It's nice. CRV, if it's possible. Yeah, I can do CRV, no problem. It's one of our ones to do. What's up, Kuda? You all right? CRV. CRV is off the map. CRV is in the background. I bring it up for you, Marion, because you asked for it. It's a nice one. We discussed CRV. It's a good one. It's an interesting one. It's up 8%. When were we heavy on CRV? Like 2 days ago? Marion pays attention, huh? Yes, he does. I want to know if it goes into retracement. I'll bring that up to you. It goes into retracement. Right? Yeah. We'll know essentially if it goes into retracement. And what do we have? So under DOGE is in USA. Very nice. You guys pull up your BTC chart. The all of you who are in VIP, pull up your BTC chart. Glad you like the music, Mark. Hey, Sir Charles, how are you? Brother, good to see you. Interesting that it's making you dizzy potentially. That's interesting. That's very interesting. We can always do this on the screen. We're always able to do that on the screen. I like the Galaxy today. We can slow down the Galaxy as well. I can slow that down. And the point is that I have brought it up because it represents the Fibonacci's. And the Fibonacci's are a part of any growth cycle of anything, okay, particularly even in nature, etc. Sir Charles, you're funny. Good job on Ken, K-I-N. I gave you some compliments earlier on. Glad you could finally join us. I know you've probably been busy. I also gave a compliment to your chef that you showed in your picture. Great looking family that you got there. The barbecue pit, the little youngster. She was looked like a tyrant at the barbecue grill. Very nice. But I was giving you a compliment because you had brought up KIN, and it had performed well. So we're on KIN right now, and it's hit a target. It's doing well. It's in the green. So yeah, you got a good eye there, brother. Nice to have you in the VIP. Very nice. Look at KSM is doing what KSM wants to do. We've been going through a lot of different charts today, Charles, just to practice on our technicals. Yeah, absolutely. She looks like an angel. She looks great. Can she cook? Huh? Can she cook a steak, or is she like burgers or hot dogs? Or because she's got the grill out, right? That's nice. So KSM looking like it's launching. Huh? Should be a pretty high probability trade. Now it's at 10%. We've been focusing on KSM. It's good. I like to see this because if it can kind of really start to launch up, it's just it's a nice move, huh? The first challenge is getting past the intermittent high here. The second challenge always is getting past the broader level intermittent high. So you have the previous one from the breakout, okay, which is the resistance. You turn it into the support, right, here. Then you conquer this high. Then you also have to conquer the other high. So this is a great example of the different levels. That first level of the intermittent high here, then the next level of the intermittent high right here. Both of them have to be conquered. KSM's up, 9%. It's consolidated for a little bit. You don't want it to consolidate into something like this. It certainly can, and it can do that for hours. In which instance, this is going to turn into a kind of more of a periodic or a measured move. They're going to call it a measured move. If you've been here for a minute, you may have made some money on KSM. Or not. Maybe you're just watching and learning. Nothing wrong with that. It's great to watch and learn. Your KIN is up 5%. Good job, Charles. Good move. Great, Charles. You sent me a message. I appreciate that. Oh, awesome, Charles. That's good news. I just read your message. That's awesome, brother. Congratulations. Let's congratulate, huh? Congratulations. that message. So glad to read that message. That's fantastic. Thanks for shooting that over to me, Charles. Nice. Good move, huh? Great move. Solid move. Big time. Let's see. Looking for Doge for B Pro. He wants B Pro. It's a KuCoin. I'm not real. I don't know. I'm not real wild about everything on KuCoin. B Pro is low, huh? Yep, it has failed to express itself positively. It has continued to go down and represents kind of an ongoing potential risk, I'd say. Unless you want to accumulate heavily for the long run. There we go. Now, KSM is in the process of making people money right now. NFA. 24/7. KSM is about to be up 10%. That's nice. That's good, huh? It's the leader right now. That's the leader. And that's good if I can form a little pattern here. Charles, I don't pay attention to the technical gauge on the bottom. I just don't on TradingView. It's really, it can be disturbing. It can be difficult. It's wrong quite a bit. It's wrong frequently. So I think if you pay attention to the technicals, your chart formations, etc., your patterns, that you'll have a better chance. Statistically, the traders who do well pay attention to those charting patterns and the technical fundamentals of technical analysis. It's just, it's kind of the standard of the industry. Just looking at an indicator, it's going to balance the indicators, and you just don't always know which, you just don't know which indicators it's really focused on all the time. It makes it difficult. Let's see what Doge is doing. Come on, Doge. All right, all right. They got you on the reaccumulation, Doge. No problem. Looking for that liftoff. Did the video about liftoff, and sure enough, it lifted off and a whopping 4% yesterday. Like, oh man. It's like, well, 4%. Huh? That's all right. Ready to double down at lower levels. Most of the people in this group want, like, maybe 5%, maybe 10. They're just, I don't know. It's because they're dealing with bigger amounts of cash sometimes. The heavier amounts of cash, typically you'll have less expectations in terms of your overall return. KSM flirting with that 10% up. Just showing a lot of strength, as a matter of fact. Ken, IOTA, BTT, etc. What do we have with Doge? Needs to get back in the positive. Things just kind of oscillating. Huh? Matic, we had a good trade on. We hit our pricing target. Very nice. Doge, we hit a pricing target. So those are two trades positively booked for the members. It's nice. Good job. Congratulations. Those pricing charts that I shared with you guys have worked out well. Good job. That's a good thing. Audio is in the green right now. Let's see. BTT. So they look like it's about to move. MLN is down, so I want to look at opportunity. ATA, that new one that you mentioned. Marion, appreciate you bringing that up. ICP. File. SDMX. OXT. Neo. NKN. Let's look at NKN. Not much going on. It's been somewhat impressive from time to time. They kind of go in cycles. Absolutely. Uni. That's good. Pay attention to Uniswap. And I'm not just always setting the alerts just to kind of, you know, ratchet up or ratchet in the pricing action. I'll set them on different coins at different times. So like the ones that are negative right now, there may be one or two depending on the pricing action that I want to, you know, do that on. Now, Ethereum is down, right? That's okay. Ethereum's down 2.4. While BTC is barely off. So Ethereum, Bitcoin's getting more attention. Bitcoin looking like it could launch. Bitcoin looking like it wants to kind of launch up. Let's see what we got. LTC. All right. LTC is breaking out. It looks like breaking out. Looks like it's also hit a level of confirmation, potentially even on the breakout, to give it a higher probability of success on the 1 minute. So I would say LTC is looking like it wants to make some money. Technically speaking. Just technically speaking. Let's see what it wants to do. It has a technical frustration in line with the formation of the pattern. Let me do that. Probably give us a better view of things. That's good. BTC. BTC looked like it was just wanting to break out, right? You think it broke out that quickly? Huh? It was looking like it just wanted to. Let's see if it did, huh? You guys think it did? Yeah, it's trying to, huh? That quickly, huh? It looked like it wanted to, and boom, it popped up there real quickly, huh? Nice. BTC. All right. Now, we are officially changing the title of the actual video from Trump killed Bitcoin to Trump saved Bitcoin, question mark? Huh. Ace up my sleeve. Trump saved Bitcoin. Live with former Trump advisor, Doge Trading. Join the team. Join VIP now. That's in your description right now. That's in your description right now. Who would have thought that I would have had up my sleeve, being a former advisor to Trump? That's just the truth. Literally up my sleeve, an ace like that. Now I'm going to change that to say Trump saved Bitcoin. Cool. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm going to have to plan something like that out beforehand next time. There we go. Now, for the rest of eternity, that will be entitled Trump Saved Bitcoin. Very interesting. By calling it a scam. In the wake of El Salvador's, the MS-13 narco capital traffic. Difficult place, huh? Just is. In the wake of that, Trump comes through. Power housing, huh? Just in the media, just powerfully in the media, huh? Disregarding conventional norms, storming into the crypto, the investment space, huh? Very, very, very interesting, huh? On the tail end of the El Salvador guy, wow, huh? They got problems, the congressionally noted problems, huh? Yeah, it is what it is. So, Trump saved Bitcoin. Huh? Saved Bitcoin? It may make him into a hero. I don't know. I'm jesting. I think it's funny. But I did change. I did go ahead and change that. Nothing wrong with that. Your new title for the video is Trump Saved Bitcoin, question mark? Live with former Trump advisor and Doge pricing. Hot dog. He didn't say anything about Dogecoin, did he? Nope. Not at all. So anyway, we'll have fun with that. We'll see what happens. KSM up 10%. Nice move. Look at it, huh? Just behaving beautifully. Good job, guys, in learning about how KSM is reacting. Looks like it wants to keep reacting, doesn't it? That's a good time spent with KSM, I'd say. Almost. Small moves, huh? At some point from here to here to here to here to here. Yeah, you start getting there, wherever there is, right? Yeah. It'll get, does it get there? Well, if you're learning how to trade, maybe you're, peppering in, maybe you're working the trades, maybe you're learning. Trump saved Bitcoin. Well, that would take some interpretation, but I think it's nice. What do we have? Sir Charles. Sheep to the moon. What's Sheep doing, Charles? I got to check out. Sheep may have a lot of power. I may have just raw power. Let's see. Oops, just disappeared. Sheep USD pair. Binance. Sheep, he says to the moon. The mighty Sheeb. A 2X for us overnight. A 2X. It was just fun because everyone was like, what is this doing? I'm like, well, it's technically indicated. Sure enough, everyone woke up like, oh my gosh, I have so much money in my account. It's like, well, we multiplied that by 2, right? Whatever. We multiplied half of that by 2. Like, yes, we did. So that was fun. We had a good time. Sheep to the moon. Sheep. Need Ethan DOGE devs to get this kicking in gear sooner rather than later, says Charles. I thought as much. I used the London gauge. Rock and roll. That's a good one, huh? Very good. Yeah, we just used the TA. We use technical analysis. We have to. It's the responsible thing for us to do is use the technical analysis. Do you have the book, Charles? Principles of Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. Yeah, sheep not moving too much, but let's go ahead and triangulate this a little bit and see, well, maybe it wants to. What would the upside to sheep be? Well, let's look at it from a pricing standpoint. Purely technical. Give sheep all its due credit here and say, if we can, we're going to be looking at something along the lines of maybe a 20%. Maybe a 20% move if it can get there. Difficult to trade sheep. I guess on Binance you can. I think I just saw something for NKN. Yeah, KSM's killing it. Good job. Good job. NKN. NKN. Let's see if I saw something. NKN. Nope. 1 KSM again. KSM continuing to rifle north, right? Slowly, methodically rifling north. When we go down to the 1 minute time frame, you see how these are constructed. It's not just, it's not a rocket ride, So that's been, I think, profitable for us to continue to look at. Let's see. Let's see. What do we have in terms of music? Perfect Lounge. Doge is on the map with an alert. Let's check it out. All right, Doge, you breaking out? I'd like to know, or we're going to cut that loose and we're going to whoa, Zill. Oops. There we go. Sorry about that, Zill. Zill wanting to potentially break out above its target. It's all right. Kind of a flag formation as you look at this. Just reviewing, reviewing. If you're not a member, I recommend you join, because if you're not a member, we may not have you around. We like people who want to support the community, and the community is the community. We have live streams that we do all day long for them, and we know that you're watching. We appreciate you watching, and we kindly request that you become a member if you want to join. We reserve the right to have it be a members-only permanent chat and to no longer have you around. We reserve the right to do that. I believe we're facilitated in doing that. So I believe, that's actually what YouTube allows. It's kind of cool, huh? They allow that, huh? Just to like restrict things and have it just be like members and stuff. Really cool stuff. They have some cool options. And we have some really good investment ideas on the continual. So we like to make sure people who listen and tune in that they're legitimate people, right? I mean, that wouldn't be very cool. I just hang around other channels all day long and get like investment ideas. That you know, go spread those around or use them myself. That'd be uncool. I like this feature where I get to see everybody who's tuned in. That's kind of cool, huh? Yeah. Huh. Oh, well. All right. Back to Zill. See what Zill wants to do. Zill's going to do what Zill wants to do. But we do. I don't have any qualms about just kicking somebody out for good. I just do that. It's not rude. There's other places for people to hang out and get like investment information. So our community, they kind of, YouTube allows you to have a credential and a badge for $2.99 to kind of show that like a base camp member that you kind of belong. And if you don't belong in the community, then hey, no problem. Like they allow it, we insist upon it. How about that? That's pretty much how it is. If you want to be around, if you think you can make $2.99 a month, I know it's not easy. I know that's a big, big decision for you to make, being the investor that you are. But that's essentially where kind of the rubber meets the road. So that's it. Some people make like thousands of dollars a day in the market. Charles, 5G's first day, VIP. I communicated with Charles. I appreciated that entire interaction with him. He was solid. He couldn't get the computer to work. He had to get the computer, everything else. Like, Charles, come on, get that technology together. I understand where you're taking care of. You got the kids at home, this and that. She's barbecuing. You got a lot on your plate. No pun intended. CRV up 10%. That was from Marion out in Belgium. Good job. Marion just likes these little crawlers. Huh? Just let that cash crawl up the wall, right? Let's see what we got. Oh, Marion, your other one's just not plugging down, is it? That's funny. Huh? That one's crawling up the wall, and this was doing the death march, huh? The ATA, the new one's like, it's all right. Good time to accumulate. Both are equally important, aren't they? I think they are. See that KSM, see what it wants to do. NKN, we just had lit that up with a few different possibilities. I went there just to go there. Matic and ADA lighting up. So NKN, Matic, ADA, BTC. Let's go to Matic. Let's get into our trade. Very nice. Nicely done. We have Matic. Good job on Matic. You guys are making some cash on that. Matic. We also had ADA moving very well. Good job. Algo. Algo's off the map. I will bring it back up. And guys, we just ask you guys to become a member because we have a lot of people that are really, really great people in our community. We'd like you to become a member of our community. This kind of tells us you belong too. A lot of people shop out ideas and do different stuff, and we don't want to assume stuff like that. There's no shame in you joining up with some people who want to trade and make money. Assuming you're in the market for the right reasons, should be a no-brainer. So it's kind of a credit to the amount of work that we do and put into things. We spent about 6 or 7 hours on Saturday setting up all these details, so when you get to just chill out and watch them and everything else. We like our VIPs. It's very important for us. Let's see what we got. All right. Now, one's doing decently. ATA down. KSM performing strongly. The Doge is in the green. We're excited, very happy to see the Doge trying to currently break out of its pattern Good job. Doge, go, Doge. Not much of a real technical pattern there. We could go to maybe the 3 minutes, see if it cleans up at all. A little bit, not much. It's kind of a pattern accumulation, isn't it? Not too shabby. Let's see what we have. Yeah, the beeps are alerts, Frank. The beeps are alerts. So you're going to hear those. Those are going to be as loud as they need to be. That's an alert that there's a trade going on. So are you in the market, Frank? I don't know what you do. Welcome to the Crypto Kingdom. This is London. We go through... if you can barely hear me, the members probably don't have a problem with that. I don't know. Maybe you're kind of shadowed out or something. I'm not sure. Don't know. If you would like to join, we'd love to have you as a Basecamp member. We have a Basecamp level. Those are individuals who want to move up to VIP. They're the ones who receive the specific pricing targets. We do a lot of targeted pricing. We have over 100 VIPs, and it's a good community. People who want to invest in their investing and be a part of a bigger community to capitalize on the market and beat the market, achieve alpha. Alpha is the percentage by which you beat the market. I'm a former financial analyst, et cetera, et cetera. Out of Duke University, I was the lead analyst on $1 billion equity fund, worked across the table from Harvard Foundation. So I've had to be correct and accurate for quite a bit of time in terms of the financials. So if you have a different group like that, that'd be great. If the indicator's too loud for you for the trade, then I don't know either. That's and dude. I'll call you sir, and then you can join if you'd like to. But I don't like people calling me dude, sir. So I will kick you out of the room. And I hope that you get your alert system to where it's a little bit quieter for you so that you don't get bothered when you're alerted the fact that maybe you need to make some money in the market. I hope that's loud enough that you can hear it across the room, or that whatever you're doing that you can, I hope that's loud enough. If the profits are too loud, then I don't know. I guess it's just, too much. You got to wake people up, huh? I went back last night over the previous pricing history, over my stream during like the peak of everything. Get a bullhorn to tell people it's the top of the market. It's 75 cents is the top of the market. Scream it in someone's face. Essentially, what else? I mean, that's 100x. At 100x, what would you need to do to somebody to plug them into the fact that, hey, good morning. Oh, people want to relax. Oh, okay. You want to relax, and you want to. Okay, well, it's just not. The market doesn't always allow people to just comfortably get along. And well, okay, no, there's a level of intensity to it. I don't know how people's attention needs to be accommodated, etc. But it's not always just. The market's not real nice to people. It'll chew people up, and it will give them, however, it seems like, London's being a little rough. Well, the market's rough, and if you don't pay attention to it, it will scorn you for about 3 to 5 to 10 years, or continue to just eat your money up. And so, however, that discipline needs to be kind of put together, it will take your cash and just burn it for you. You can give it all to the exchange as you buy and sell, or whatever you decide to do, or it can eat up, or you're going to hold, and then it's going to eat up 50% of your money. So it's not a place for the lighthearted. It's just not, you know. I just wrote in there, my brothers, good to have you, huh? And sisters, huh? Yeah, we have a good community. Want to see how Lars and Emily are doing, how CEO, how they're doing. Who's the new? We had a new, I think a new VIP. Let's see. We check into that. The most recent, I am become DOGE. Very good. It's interesting. People only want to join when the market's up, when people are making money and it's gone up. But they don't understand you have to hit the prices when it goes down. I am Doge. He understood that. He joined on a pricing target hit. Big shout out to I am Doge. That's a serious player, huh? Him? Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge move, huh? Huge move. Very strategically well placed to get. Very smart guy, huh? He joined on a pricing target on the way down. He goes down. He goes. That's history for us, huh? Everybody's like, "Yep, strong move." I am Doge. Good job. Kuda's back in town from the vacation. Excellence, huh? Yo, Steve Laser recently, about 3 days ago, joined. Kent Gifford renewed, of course. American Real is recently added in. Strong, just good character. I got to say that. And I mean character in like a strong kind of diligent kind of way. Like, very nice to meet you, American Real. And I don't skip anybody from Bond to Kuda to kind of everybody on that. Jeffrey Porter and Josh, you guys are base campers with Corey, base camp. Adam, Yusuf, Chino Morales, base camp. A lot of base campers may not be like full-time kind of traders. I don't know. Michigan Remy, what's up? Restricted VIP. Dynamite Dojo has been nice to interact with. Definitely VIP. Mark Rakosi and Kathy Murray. Yeah, we have a lot of. Some days it just people just pour in when the market is going really heavily in. They decide, oh, now I want to get involved in trading. It's just weird because the market's really, and maybe they're in a different cash position to want to get into trading. I don't know. But to me, it's like when the price is down, when you want to get into the specificity of not losing the money and making money while it's going down, those are the people I'm interested. Like, I am become Doge. He's restricted VIP. That's interesting to me because he's got it in his mind. He's gonna beat the market on the way up or the way down. Everyone else who just wants to be a part of, and it's okay if you want to be a part of a group that's like, well, we're making money, we're in VIP. That's cool. That's fine too. We're just you can take a look at the screen. We're highly technical. I mean, slightly, it's all right. We double down, we triple up. What's that mean? Well, at the lower levels of the Fibonacci's, we're always going to want to double down and cover our upside exposure. We're never overexposed at a higher price, right? And triple up just because we have, brought a few different 2X's or 3X's to the community in the month that we've had it. I think we have brought forth more 2X or 3X opportunities than any other investment group, period, within the first month. I'd put it up against anybody. Because I've heard the stories, like even Matt Wallace, I'll shout out to him and his crew, because he had a Patreon, and I don't know, he was talking about, the first 4 or the first this and that we brought, had a 50% move in the first 2 weeks. I'm like, okay, that's good. So I knew that they had done that. That's cool. And then I thought that's a good gauge to do. And then in the first 4 to 5 weeks, we had 4 different ones that were at least a 2X. If traded on strategy, meaning double down into Fibonacci's and on the way up, like you had to accumulate, and you got to accumulate. Like on Matic was a 3.5X. You had the pleasure of accumulating that. And we went through a heavy accumulation zone. And no one was on Matic at 78 cents. It was just a dud. It had gone up, and then it was just sitting there. And I'm like, no, Matic is coming right here to the group. Bam, a 3.5X in 7 to 10 days. So, yeah, we have great results. I mean, Doge is a 100X. If you maxed it out. I don't know who else maxed it out. I don't think anyone has maxed it out. I don't think anyone else called the top. I reviewed our tape yesterday and last night. I reviewed specifically my tape on it. I'm there live with it, calling it, period. That's it. Called the top, bam, that's it. That's just it. That's the truth. So we're that group that wants to maximize returns and minimize the losses. And not everyone wants to do that. So, hey, Lars. You wish your trading of you. I know. It's like you wish your alert was that loud. I don't know. It's just, it's true, huh? And it's kind of interesting when you get tired. If you're really tired and you're working the market and doing something, it will wake you up. And so credit to this guy. Whatever is too loud, but it's just you'll get to the point. It's gonna be a little bit loud, and it's probably loud on purpose. It's I don't think it's harmful to your hearing or anything, but. And we do set a lot of indicators, right? So that's okay. Nice split in the action right now. Just feel like it's a nice split in the action. Let's go ahead and look at, I'm going to bring over the rest of the screen so you guys can see this for a minute. And it's just a nice split in the action as we look at the different, the ones, we got some in the positive, we got some in the negative. We got KSM, CRV, KEN, IOT, Theta, BTT, KLM, or XLM, sorry, Waves, 1. These are all in the green. Matic was just beautiful. Love it. Love hitting our pricing target. Just love it. Boom, huh? Just targeted it in, just hammered it. Beautifully done. Beautifully well done. Lars, I think you already took some profit on that. Very nice. Love to see those positive trades. Lars will surprise you. She'll be up 60% on a day when everybody's down. Love it. And that resilience, I really feed off the resilience of you guys, because you'll wake up and you're like, here we go, we're hitting our targets. And I know who has targets lined out because you're ready to get your orders picked up. And other people are just, I think one of the guys was a little stressed out. And I was like, don't be stressed out. And I think he was stressed out. I didn't talk to him too much about it. But I think he's probably over involved in the market, It has to be kind of fun. You have to be able to, you have to be able to, experience it and with all its volatility and with all its uncertainty that it presents, and still be able to, understand that it's just going to go the way it is, and I have backup cash. Because that makes it fun, right? That's why we're in the market. It's fun. I don't think anyone has to be in the market. None of you have to achieve returns, or else, we're in the market to do well and to grow our account and to have, phenomenal returns. Like that's the fun of it. But it's not like we're not in a pressure cooker. It doesn't have to go this way or else. No, when you don't have backup cash, that's how things seem. So when you even if you were to pick out an arbitrary level, say, okay, at DOGE is at, this is Matic right here. We just nailed this pricing target. I love that. That is precision. That's a targeted strike. That is beautiful. The gain potential on it has been phenomenal. It's just been a nice move at a double, triple down. It's almost a 20% move. Right now it's at 15%. That's nice because we went through so many different levels. Look at this. Pepper in at the top, double down each level, okay? Bam, 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 boom, right? So that's nice. So you started off at the micro fib here. We're still on the same chart. I resent this to you guys, but look at this. Doubling down, then doubling down that entire amount. Bam, 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 bam. That should be a bit, there's a reason that I chose Matic originally at 78 cents before it went up to, let's see, what was the all-time high, guys? Before it went up to, from 78 cents to $2.45. That's sweet, huh? That's nice, huh? And it was difficult because Dogecoin was at about 70 cents, 75 cents. And, Matic was at 78 cents, about the same price they were. Then Matic went to $2.50. That's a ringer right there, huh? Yeah, that's nice. Could have really disrupted the market a little bit. Almost, huh? It was almost like that. Just wild, wild price action. People not knowing what to do, how to hold on. It's like, man, profits, profits are good. Just take them however you get them. Profits are good. And when you say a 3.5x max out this and that, what'd you do? A 2x? Maybe. Huh? If you traded it wrong, it was a great experience for you to understand. Like, even on a 3.5x, it's possible for you to trade it wrong. You got to work on fundamentals. You got to work on technical analysis. You got to work on reaccumulation, right? Strategies of accumulation. So, just fundamentals. So let's look at DOGE. DOGE. Taking a zoom out approach. I said it looked like it was ready for takeoff the other day. I did the video and I went ahead and got that out to people, and then it took off for an entirety of like 4.75%. Like, it did look like it was going to do something. Always ready to double down. I just know people. I laugh because I know people in the group. Literally, it would have been like, all right, here, wham, and they probably put some real cash into it, and it probably hit at 2 or 3%. And like, that's fine. Oh, that's it. That's all I want. So I know you guys, and it's just funny when I'll do, because it did. It looked indicated, and then you'll get involved, and you'll literally want 3%. I'm like, well, fine. You want 3%? Some of you want 10. Some want 3. It just depends on how much cash you have. I'm gonna have to really investigate this one, guys. This is really something. This is really something. I think I've discovered something today. I've done this, and I went ahead and just did this. But we have this this title, the Trump. Now it saves Bitcoin, right? I think I have figured out. Believe it or not, it took a lot of research to do this. But I think that people don't like Donald Trump, and they don't like advisors for Donald Trump. Can you believe that? I don't know why. I would, I guess maybe I could have figured that out before I made that the title of the video, but irrespective, it's like 8 people just don't like that. All right, that's a higher percentage of people, essentially. So, well, looks like we have our battle set up before us. I'll have to prepare for that next time. Not a popularity contest. Prepared to be kind of the solo market, operators, huh? We're market operators, huh? Traders. It's nice. What is this? What are you doing? DOGE. I think they don't like Elon either. I want to say that Elon is a kind of, is he red-pilled? I don't even know what red-pilled means. I mean, I don't like to talk politics too much. Yeah, people argue about stuff. Yeah, don't argue. Just have fun, right? But they love him for Doge, but then they hate him for Bitcoin. But they love him for Bitcoin, they hate him for Doge. They love him because he's a Republican, but they hate him as a Democrat. What? It's like people just have to, chill out, Just chill out. I would say just chill out. What's up, Reef? How you doing? Are you breaking down? You're going into a potential. Actually, I like that. I like that less. I'm going to draw a fib on this just to see. I just have an inclination here. If I ever draw a fib like this and you guys just see this on the right-hand side, it's just an indication that I think it may decide. I'll just draw kind of like it looks like a candlestick. I'll just draw a candlestick fib just on the most recent price action. That's just for me. And I'll just remember that it took this dive and that I was looking at potentially a retracement. KSM going to stay in the green. What are you going to do, KSM? What is this? I think it's time for the high stakes again. I always go high stakes. I always pull back into the high stakes. I want to shout out to Hitman. Hope Hitman's doing well. Word. Shout out to Remy from Michigan. Shout out to, who else we got? Daryl. Shout out to a lot of people. Lars. Let's see. Who else do we have? Tris. Bring it. What do you got? Ooh, that's an interesting little line of confluence there, huh? Yeah, a little potential. That drop in like Ember's Head and Shoulders real strongly, huh? Looking at Trias. Trias is really capitulated, excuse me, almost all of its pricing action, right? It's almost at the level where you would want to do what I would call my kind of, you can call it like extreme or real value, deep value. That term has been overused by some people. But let's see if I would look into the deep value acquisitions. I could call it value acquisitions. My value acquisitions, our value acquisition, I guess at the station, would be the entirety of something that's almost capitulated entirely that I am certain I want to accumulate. Just pay attention if you can. That I'm certain I would want to accumulate. I would thereafter structure some sort of a plan and devise a methodology by which I would accumulate more of this once it continued to go down. And I would accumulate, I would set up a Fibonacci, I would literally program this up, just customize this to where each of the, say, the 50, the 40, or the 30, or the 20, or the 10, that representative, let's say, price there, I would be able to set all types of individualized orders at those levels and let them just be. I could do that on a number of coins that would express positive price action going forward. And I could maintain positions in those. And if I wanted to, I could literally on an exchange just after I were to accumulate those, if I wanted to, if I wanted to, I could just say, that's great. I've accumulated these all at 20 cents or 40 cents. I'm going to sell when it gets back to $10. That's it. When it gets back to $10, I've accumulated it at 20 cents. I want to sell it when it gets back to 20, maybe $20. Yeah, but instead of $10, I want to sell it when it gets back to $20. How about that? Is that fair enough? I think that's fair enough. Yeah. Because, I mean, at some point here recently, it was at, what was it at? I mean, that's pretty low, right? Maybe it's at like 75 cents, maybe, but I want to see how low I can get that, right? Right, it's been at 70 cents, it's been whatever it's been in the previously, 70 cents to 20 bucks, right? I'd like to go ahead and try and get it down into here if I can, yeah? Just go ahead and, that'd be fine. It'd be nice because it's already been up at like 20 bucks, right? Been 70 cents back here, 70 cents to 20 bucks, that's a good run. But I'd like to see if I can get it, further down into here, always looking at like real value acquisitions, like, and it wouldn't take that much cash, right? I could do this on a few different ones, and I go ahead and say I'll sell it when it gets back to 10 bucks. It may be now, or it may be in a while, but I bet that would create some cash, huh? I think it would. So if it gets back to, this market's very, the crypto market's it seems like it has a lot of variability. In terms of like consistency within its degree of variability. Let's talk about that, or let's frame it like that. Seems like a lot of these, the price that it gets to, it creates kind of a recurring theme. 70 cents to 20 to $30. That's good. That's all right. Not bad. I mean, that's worth looking at. Trias is that. Again, it's capitulated so much of its pricing action, it would just almost make sense to kind of start doing something like that, just go ahead and throw it in there. Now, what if it goes to zero? Well, if it goes to zero, you have to be prepared for that. Honestly, you have to be prepared for that. So, never risking too much in any one thing, right? Always just kind of having I don't know, if you got something at $1 and it went to 30, that's like 30 times your money, right? So if you put like, I don't know, like $100, that's like what? like $3,000. That's okay. That's not bad, right? If you have like $100 and you decide I'm going to put $100 into Trios, okay, fine. At what levels? Well, if you do it correctly, $100 becomes $3,000. I mean, if I could just put $100 on the table right there, or click a few buttons and say, here, there's $100. I want to put it on the table. And someone, when I put that on the table, bam, someone just puts a stack of $3,000 right next to me. Well, that was cool. That was easy. All right, now I got another $100. Okay, I want to put $100 right here, and there's another $100. And someone just takes another stack of $3,000 and puts it right next to me. All right, well, let's see. I got this. There's $200. There's $6,000. Okay, that's a good deal. I like that. Those are good odds, right? Is it necessarily going to happen all the time? No. Can you maximize the possibilities of it occurring? Yeah. You can look at the pricing action of all of these as this is occurring, and the people who really trade, right, and really understand kind of the dynamics of like multiplicity and real returns are going to recognize that, like, if you turn $100 into $3,000 or $100 into $10,000 or something like that, is it a guarantee of success and a formula in the future? No, not at all, right? Might you want to decide, okay, fine, it's going to take a while. I put $100 in, now it's only worth, my asset, okay, has grown to, well, it's not 3,000, it's only 1,000, but it seems like it's taking forever. Well, fine. Now here's 100. Okay, fine. Just give me the 1,000. Put it on the table. That's fine. That's a 10x. Seems like a good deal, huh? Seems like an interesting approach to, and it's not the only approach in terms of stocks, options, in terms of sophisticated, let's say, a sophisticated approach to the market. Like the fundamentals of technical analysis are not going to provide anything but that, a high level of sophistication. So sophisticated that very few people can really get through the information. You're part of the crew that can. Okay, so when we talk about other, issues, so, and not that we want to just gear towards buying things that are, approaching a maximum low value, but we want to buy low to sell high, right? It's just never popular to buy really low. Sometimes it is if it has a real big story, like, well, Microsoft has just has dropped off the map, right? In 2008, I got Microsoft just Microsoft's, look at the chart on Microsoft. Let's go ahead and look at it while we talk about things. Now that's a heck of a chart, huh? That's a heck of a chart. Where would you buy it? Well, I would buy it like this. I would put my Fibonacci's on it. And I would go ahead and do something like this. And I would put my orders in like this with a small amount of exposure right now. Why would I do that? Well, because that would create value. That would create value. And I know it's already allowed me to participate at that level, right? It's already hit and dug down into its top level of its Fibonacci. Right there, bam. That's a nice value gain. That's in 2020, right? So I would probably do that now and just set up orders. I could do it on the micro level too if I wanted to. So it's not just we're buying cheap coins. No, it's not that at all. It's that, this strategy will work with just about anything. Let's look at just real briefly. You sure to work with anything? Yeah. Let's look at Microsoft. The most recent price interval here has already resulted in multiple trades over the past several months, etc. We can go within the several months since April, May, June, right? It's allowed you to enter into orders based on Fibonacci's, okay? And you could have doubled and tripled down into each level. You would have reached a double, a triple, a triple, a triple, and bam, you'd be probably about the whatever that amount would be. If it's 100, 200, let's say 600, what is it, 1,800, 5,400, maybe around here? Okay, well, since then, what's your return as you maximized your, not much, about 6%, okay? 6% to the upside since that bottom level, the 78.6 Fibonacci. You see how that works? Literally just perfectly. You're not going to find anything that's traded that's not going to comport with a Fibonacci, guys. You talk about picking up coins at good cost. You talk about, well, we have large amounts of money. We want to get it, a percentage basis on our Microsoft in addition to dividends or whatever you might be receiving with your stock. This works with everything. These are the fundamentals of technical analysis. It's the way the street operates. It's just the truth. There are different divisions of the wall. I said Wall Street, right? That's Wall Street. Like the book on Wall Street, the book, they call it the book. That's what we look at. So yeah, this works, on here. It works on Japanese yen. It works on kind of anything. It's the fundamentals of technical analysis as applied to the market. So that's what we focus on. Let's look at really trying to rebuild a drop down and a rebuild. Let's look at from the 5 minute to the 1 minute. I know you guys in SHIB, huh? You're really excited about that SHIB, huh? It's nice. You talk about Microsoft and the Japanese yen. Talk about SHIB. SHIB. Nothing wrong with SHIB, huh? Hey, they set the mark for philanthropy, huh? $1 billion given in SHIB to India? Bravo. Bravissimo. That's beautiful, huh? Nice culture, huh? Like that. Let's see what we have. Stock market investing is here. That's nice to see you. Yeah, Microsoft is very much a one of my best buddies here in town. He's former commander over Coronado. Cool deal. Cool dude. Shout out to Big H. What's up? He was commander over Coronado for 3 years, teaching the SEALs and stuff. And he enjoys Microsoft. I'm just going to tell you that. A lot of people do options, all kinds of stuff. If that beep is loud, you got to turn it down. Because it may continue to be loud. That's our alert system. Make sure we're awake. So let's see, IoT. We have a trade group here, huh? Stock market investing. Nice to see you, huh? You hop on in, huh? Bienvenidos. We handle technical analysis. I'm a former Duke grad with a professional finance background. Certification in markets, et cetera, et cetera. We try and beat the market, achieve alpha. If you'd like to join us, we'd be impressed that you would want to join us because we all want to beat the market. That would mean that you want to beat the market too. We have like 100 VIPs right now. That little green box on the right-hand side. A little green box down above the Trading View Pro. All those pictures, those are all VIPs. VIP membership level. Exclusive pricing targets on Matic. Right? We just nailed it. Look at this, Stock Market Pro. Boom. Literal just absolute precision strike. Given weeks. I'd say weeks before that. So very nice. They knew to, people knew to kind of accumulate into that. It was nice. But not financial advice, just kind of, hey, everybody do their own deal. Let's have fun and see you guys in the morning is essentially how it works. We have a good group. So I think we have the best group. I may be a little biased, but I don't know. Just it's cool people. Even people involved in different market functions, etc. People are part of whatever group they're a part of, but I don't know. Our group just seems like really healthy group. Kids, fun, camping, beach going. Some people still having a great time. I'm not sure what all is going on. I don't want to ask too many questions. But. Oh, I got to show you this. Matic is the best. Lots of my friends from college are in Matic. Cool, yeah. I actually brought it to our group at 78 cents before everybody started talking about it. We got a 3.5x on it. We had 4 in the first 4 to 5 weeks over return potential over, depending on how people traded, maybe even more, but over 2x in the first 4 to 5 weeks. So that's what we focus on. We focus on returns, maximizing your returns and minimizing your losses. It's not for everybody. Huh? Maybe a little intense, huh? People, maybe they like the lighter side of things. Mark Cuban's in Matic. He likes Matic. He uses Matic. We also hit DOGE, which is over a 200% gain on the Fibonacci's, trading that one down. That was nice. DOGE. Nice. Algo. What's up, Algo? Algo USD. Let me see where you're at. You're breaking out. Nice. Appreciate the heads up. Algo breaking out, huh? It's going to maintain that pattern. What's it going to do? I gotcha. Thank you. That is loud. Wake us up. Keep me alert. Let's see what we got. I want to know if it breaks that. We have let's just do that. Not a bad plan. Let's give ourselves a time frame to where we can judge this. Oh, I didn't show you a stock market investor, huh? You got to know, huh? 100x on SHIB, huh? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and rock this out. You guys you're going to have to deal with it. It just is what it is, so you're going to have to deal with this. So that, and we have this here. So that is us. That is what we are into. We're just putting some cool stuff together, just so you know, right? Not bad, huh? Just some different stuff. Kuda in the house. I am Doge. What's up, members? VIP top shelf, huh? Top shelf kind of guys. They know what's going on. They're here to have fun and to beat the market. You can do both, right? Right on. Right on, Doge. Day traders, what's up? What's up? We have a good time. Absolutely. A lot of professionals. Exchange. We have exchange members. We have investment bankers. And we have blue-collar workers and businessmen. We have all kinds of cool stuff. Love it, huh? It's just the way to do things, right? Have a good time and make some money. Let's see what we got on. Need to add in the high. We're on the high stakes. There it goes. We're back. High stakes. I call it high stakes, guys, because of this. Hey, there's Larry Fink with BlackRock. Hey, Larry, how are you? Multi-trillionaire. Now look at that. You see the high stakes in the top right? That's why I call it high stakes. Whenever I say that, I don't mean this is high stakes. It's the music that I'm listening to. It's called high stakes. Oh, everybody gets it now. Sometimes I say things you may not understand what they mean. So, guys, we have a potential trader in the house. You are become Doge. What is up, Doge? You are become Doge. He says, I am become Doge. Love it, man. Just love the entry. I was just giving you a shout out earlier on because you entered when we hit a pricing target. I wanted to show you. Did you see what we did on Matic? We nailed it. Literally, bam. Precision strike. Target encountered. Like, bam. It was a beautiful move. You have that chart. I believe you have that chart. If you don't, someone get that to I am become Doge. That is a 16% move so far at a heavier amount of cash. Double, triple down, like heavier cash getting kind of carried around. So, Jimbo. Yes, we do have rock stars. We do. We have rock stars in the VIP and rappers and rock stars. All kinds of people. It's true, huh? Sir Charles bringing up the fact that we have rock stars. Sir Charles is a rock star. You guys know that? To the tune of 5K his first day. Very impressive. Never take that away from him. So KSM's done well. We spent a lot of time earlier on with KSM today. We spent a lot of time going through chart formations, going through pattern breakouts, looking at potential, seeing what wanted to conform or not. In the process thereby, we ran into a lot of different coins with some upside potential, coins that gain throughout the day. We don't always do this, but I decided just to make sure we could plug in. I want people to learn. For the new members, I want you guys to learn, right, as much as you can. And that's important to be able to harness in on the fundamentals of technical analysis. I just find that the community dynamic is very important. I think that's very important for people to experience that community. And yes, the title of this video now is Trump saves Bitcoin. I'm just going to put it in the record book like that. I'm not sure that's exactly the way it'll be reported forever, but I don't see any reason why we shouldn't report it like that. I think it's fine. We don't have to report it at all. It's interesting. I'm a former advisor to the Commander-in-Chief. Have no hard feelings against anyone else, though. I hope everybody's doing great. Whatever party you belong to, as long as you're having fun and everybody's doing a good job and getting along well. I mean, that's the whole idea, right? And let's see. So KSM is doing well. What's Doge doing? Doge. These slow days where targets are hit and they're brought up. It's just Doge went underneath its 786. It played around with a previous level, which is okay. I'm not mad at it. It's just it's what it chooses to do. Huh? Just choose to do. What will you choose to do? We're on the daily now. Okay, I want to know, based upon what you guys think, is it in a bullish or in a bearish daily? On the daily, bullish or bearish? Any thoughts? Jim, I put your picture in the carousel for the pictures, just so you know. I'm gonna put something nice like over it, maybe like VIPs, etc., something like that. It's a nice channel because you guys have all different kinds of schedules, and I'm just learning that people who day trade, it's like they're going to be around different times of the day, even, etc. But what would you say? Nice comment, Lars. Just reading your comment. They hate him because he's successful. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, in stock market investing, those are the trade alerts. You got to learn that, stock market investing. Yeah, you got to. That's trading view alert. That's a trade alert. So Doge. A lot of people get involved to learn. That's a good thing. Huh? You got to learn sometime. ADA. Okay. ADA. Wanting to round out. That was my time delimiter. Delimiter. And it wants now to express itself in a very commonly seen ADA theme, which is it wants to form a bull flag. And it has wanted to do this consistently, and we know which flags have worked out and which ones haven't, right? Yeah, we've been through this a while with ADA. It likes to do this nice consolidation routine. So we are familiar with ADA, very much so. Had some of my work shopped out to another station. Someone stole my work and brought it out to another station. Some 40,000 people saw it. I'm like, whatever. Just go have fun with it. Problem is you don't understand what's behind it or how to cycle into it or cycle out of it. Not just schedule and put your cash into it, but cycle in and cycle out. Well, ladder in, ladder out. No. Cycle in and out of it. So what do we got here? So our overall goal is 400 VIP members. You know, we'll get there. We'll definitely get there. We got 100 in the first month, so we will get there. I guess more people are going to join when the market is up. I thought it would be definitely the other way. Like I Am Doge, Jim is a great example. He hits a target on the way down. He's excited about it, huh? Yeah, he is. I redid the look of the channel. You guys see the galaxy and everything? I want to do that because of the Fibonacci's. Put the bull on top of triple up, right? Absolutely. Returns. I put London on the bottom. Professional grade technical analysis, just because it's the truth. Financial analyst and former presidential advisor, it's the truth. You know, if it's isolating, it's okay. About a 7 to 8% move on ADA. ADA's been consistent. It needs to get back up from 157 up to about 171 and then up over $2, huh? I'd say that'd be nice. 240. Ooh. 240. I like this line though that's following. That's nice. Nicely done. Waves. Digibyte. Doge. AMC, what have you done to yourself? You have stuck at 55. It's so funny. It was really highly indicated a move that it was going to make or not move. It was going to either make the move or not make the move, and it just decided not to make the move. And I was like, well, it probably would have required about $15 billion to make that move, so I understand why it didn't, but that's all right. We definitely cautioned that it may not. It may not. But it may, and it still may. So, yeah, the VIPs are definitely on that one, huh? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I kind of made the title dealing with Bitcoin. People don't want to deal with Bitcoin. You know, I understand that the crowd is more of a Dogecoin, but we had to cover it. I mean, it's Trump, right? Trump got it. The president got involved with the whole thing, right? Elon has Bitcoin and Dogecoin. I don't understand people who are just diametrically like one-sided, like, you know, just gone. We don't want to, anything we don't like is like we have a preference and that's it, you know? Well, what if the other's going to make some money? What if you learn to trade options on Bitcoin? If you were to trade options on Bitcoin, and then you were to maybe trade options on Dogecoin. Some exchanges have options on Dogecoin. Yeah, there's different ways to think about things, right? You like your 100x on Doge? Okay, well, you know, not to say you should get involved in options. Particularly be careful who you listen to. So, let's see. I think someone is out back by the pool. My dogs are letting me know there's someone out back by the pool. I may need to go tend to that. What I'm going to do is, guys, I appreciate everything. It's about, where are we at on Doge? Let's look at where we are. We're close to a reset in around 7 o'clock. If things start to move, we'll get back and we'll just plug back in and we'll set back up shop and make sure you guys are plugged in. But I appreciate you guys tuning in and get back over to the let's see, the DM VIP exclusive zone. I do enjoy the opportunity to bring you guys these streams because not everyone can, and you guys are just the right group to plug in. It's just it's a nice group. You understand TA, technical analysis, and today was a little bit more politically oriented because Trump came back on the mix. It's just the truth. So you know me, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I want everybody to do well. So that's the bottom line. And as we can continue to be positive, I want you guys to achieve positive results in your portfolios. So we'll continue to work towards that goal. Congratulations on the Matic trade. Good job. And there's people on the Doge trade. So you guys in the VIP, you top shelf members there are doing great. And we'll continue to bring you some information. I'll also be doing some extra work for you guys to bring you something kind of cool here soon. Be kind of a membership perk. You guys should like it very much, I believe. So take care of yourself. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom. We'll be back with you soon.